Good morning, traders. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our amazing expert trader, Tom Sabo.
Hey, good morning, Terry. I'm so glad to be back on a Friday with you and everybody here. Let me just say hello and special welcome to Abhishek and the chat, and obviously Magnus and Trevor and Nate and Aaron and everybody, as usually at MyFundedTV crew. It's just so awesome to, it's Friday already. Gotta say, I'm a little bit glad it's Friday. I need some recharge. So Terry, I'm just feeling blessed that we're here on Friday. We can absolutely do what we want. So how's your morning?
It's great. It's great. I've had, this is my third cup of coffee.
Nice.
Yeah. How's your morning going?
I'm already only at my second cup of coffee. I can't even speak, but yeah, morning is great. Interesting market for sure. We're going to talk about that too, but yeah, so far so good. I'm actually already focusing on next week. Honestly, guys, I'm just happy that we're through with this one. So I'm already focusing on next week. Yeah.
Yes, I think it was a tough week for many people, definitely. I can share the schedule if you'd like.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Let's get it started. So today is Friday, and you're watching the Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. At 10 to 10:30, you have PineTreeTrader. 10:30 to 11:30, you have Mr. Zinc. 11:30 to 12:30, you have Husk Williams and PineTreeTrader again. You get a second dose of PineTreeTrader. 12:30 to 1:30, you have Matt Cowart, and that is the schedule for our amazing, wonderful Friday.
Yeah, it will be awesome. I'm actually super happy that PineTree is doing some overtime here because he's just having awesome trades and setups, guys. So make sure to stay tuned.
Yeah, let's go. Let's take a look at the charts.
Yeah, let's see it. So, I currently I'm on the 5-minute time frame. Let me just zoom in a little bit here. So what happened? So there was a market structure shift around, after 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, and I was in a short position trying to go for this 3-minute demand zone down at 436 during London, and I started to short around 560-ish area. As you can see, I was swimming in a nice position there. I know it's my mistake, but I didn't take partials, and look at that V-shaped recovery. I was like, what the heck is going on? So anyway, I closed the trade manually, and I scalped my way back into this 4-minute supply zone. But eventually it was a bit of a roller coaster. I wasn't really sure what to do. Like after we got back into like around midnight area, I just left the computer. I was like, okay, this is enough for me on a Friday London session. And after that, I was in the gym. Actually, I was seeing like, oh my gosh, it's dropping down to the 3-minute demand zone. That actually hurt a little bit. So I did get some FOMO, seeing this drop all the way down. But eventually we went down. We took out previous day low at 324. And now we're kind of recovered a little bit. Just before the stream, I scalped a little bit here. There was a 2-minute zone. I actually didn't put the rectangle here, but there's a 2-minute. Hold on, let me just put it here so it would be more better. So there's a 2-minute supply zone here. We just got tagged. And as you can see, we are already having an initial reaction from that zone. It could be dropping lower a little bit. So we'll see about that. And I was actually thinking earlier that we're going to go for Asia high at 660, but I checked for levels and there's nothing actually there. So I don't know if I'm favoring the long side here, although maybe that's what's going to happen. Definitely after we took the previous day low. I know that the TGIF, thank God it's Friday concept for ICT traders, is kind of saying that market is pushing to one side and then reverses and we're going to have the rally or something like that. I'm not sure, but taking liquidity. In this case, we did take the liquidity and kind of reverse. So who knows? What I'm trying to say is I have no particular zones on the upside. So not just on the 5 minute, but nothing on the 3 minute, 4 minutes. So this is going to be interesting. I might just going to do some scalping here and there if I see anything happening. So, but you know, just going back to yesterday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard, or a little bit before 3 p.m., there was a news event here. Actually, Israel commented that they are going to take back the Strait of Hormuz, and this one actually caused the spike. And if we're just switching to crude oil here, you see the exact thing happening here. So this was the comment from Israel yesterday. Now, my idea originally, like crude oil went down quite a bit, right? So we talked about this zone right there on balanced price range, which actually tapped it. So I was thinking earlier, and this is why I was definitely in a FOMO, that I was actually sure that this news candle event is holding some stops below 417. And this is why I was so disappointed earlier. Like the market just went up there, it kept holding, finally took the elevator down, and finally it completely repriced, rebalanced, and actually swept all the liquidity in this area. So yeah, I'm definitely struggling with some FOMO here. But now the market is going back. I feel like, you know, we do have a chance that we're going to go higher than the VWAP, which is at 521. So, you know, we got rejected from the zone, but it's normal. But, you know, one more shift, I mean, one more push here or two more push, who knows? But I think we could end up higher than the VWAP and the zone, of course. And so let me just go to gold real quick. Again, a bit of a FOMO here because I actually outlined this 5 minute supply zone earlier in London, and I didn't take the trade. So there was a beautiful possible long entry from that area, and I was so focused on NQ that I forgot to jump into this. So my day, like not profit wise, but my mindset was definitely like up and down, like what is happening? I kept forgetting to enter on gold, but I was focusing too much on NQ and then the FOMO. That's why I'm saying I'm a little bit happy that it's Friday, like we can focus really on next week. But yeah, about gold, there was a zone here on the 3 minute. We actually tagged it, pushing back up higher. The good news is, again, for me, I do not need to focus on gold because there is nothing here, no levels, no supply or demand zone that I can go for. So those of you who are trading gold, well, for, you know, on my end, there is nothing here. We have some relative equal highs up there, maybe, but makes it easier for me again because I'm just not going to do anything with gold. So just a quick look on ES, kind of like the same situation. So ES right now in the past couple of days is following, you know, NQ. It kind of goes hand in hand in the past couple of days nicely with NQ. So the same kind of pattern is forming here. I have no chart markups here. But there is one thing which I almost forgot to mark up here. There's a 3 minute supply zone higher. Let me just put this here. So there's a 3 minute supply zone, and the level is somewhere around 6657.25. Now this is the only level on the upside, and I feel like ES might try to push it up there. So maybe, just maybe, I'm just going to trade a little bit on ES. We have relative equal highs here. I'm just going to put an alert at 6646.75. If we get through these relative equal highs, maybe I'm just gonna, you know, jump in and go for that 3 minute supply zone there. So yeah, this is gonna be maybe one of those days when I'm gonna trade a little bit ES, but I don't have any other plan. So, and back to NQ. Oh my gosh, NQ has the same level. How did I not see that? Okay, NQ still has the same level. There's a 3 minute zone up there. Wow. You see, it's Friday. I'm getting more tired, out of focus. But there's a zone here as well at 540. All right, anyway, we'll see the push if we can get through the VWAP. And yeah, one level, 540, the same level there on ES as well. Going to be reactive. I'm not interested to take a short here, by the way, because I don't have targets on the downside. So practically a one-sided plan. That's what I have today. But that is all. We'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
I can quickly go over the news today. I'm not seeing any red folder news on the calendar. And then let me look at the headlines. So the turmoil in the Middle East triggered new losses in stock and bond markets. The dollar strengthens. The UK 10 yield reached its highest level since 2008. That is very interesting. I also think it's interesting when I took a look at gold, I could not believe how much it sold off.
Like, oh yeah, a lot. Oh my gosh. Yes, a lot. I was so surprised. Yeah. Let me just check. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we were way up there, and not just, the historical highs, but the last swing high at 5,400. Huge drop, huge, almost like $800 more than actually. Almost $1,000 to the low end here on yesterday. Wow, quite a bit of a drop.
Yes, I have some gold, and I'm like, oh, do I sell it now?
Well,
dang it! It came off so much off of the lows. Yeah, I mean the highs. Yeah. We shall see. What do you think about gold, Tom? Will we see those new highs like soon again? Or?
It's really interesting because. Let me just take the markups here. So yeah, we are dipping down a little bit. Like, I don't know if we're going to take the low at 44.29. Maybe we could, but like I think when we're talking about gold, we got to look at the real big picture perspective here. So we got to look at what's happening in the world. We got to look at what's happening with the war, the energy crisis, crude oil and everything. I feel like gold is always, like it was always in the past, it's going to be in the future as well. As going to be a safe haven asset. So because of that, if these issues are not really going to get better or come up some kind of a term or deal for this as a solution, I feel like gold might we can sweep the 44.31, but I can't really imagine that we're gonna go like below 4,000 or 4,400 or something like that. Like, we can wiggle around here a little bit. What I'm expecting, we can definitely, or we will go back above 5,000. We're just gonna fool around here a little bit around this 5,000 level, and then eventually would not be surprising to see gold in the next couple of weeks or months throughout the summertime, anchoring around 5,000 and going higher. So one thing's for sure, you always got to be careful shorting gold, right? Because it's like, it's always bullish, but like, I'm not saying intraday, we're not seeing some short opportunities, but I think it's still not a bad idea to buy gold if you're like, like physical, actual gold, and store it for a couple of years, who knows?
Okay. Then I will not sell gold. Thank you, Tom.
It's not financial advice. I'm just saying.
Financial advice, just your personal opinion. Yes. I see Methodical Man is in the house.
Oh my gosh, Methodical Man is here. Oh my God. Everybody behave and say nice things to Methodical Man. Hey, what's up? What's up, Myth? I thought you were working today, and I'm seeing you here in the chat, some time off, right? All right.
Let's go. How are we doing on the likes?
Oh yeah, we got to check the numbers. Let's see. Just a second. I'm seeing 94 likes. Good start, everybody. I always like to see that, 15 minutes after start, we're kind of hovering always around 100, which is good. About 332 viewers. Thank you so much, everybody on X or TikTok. Please hop over to YouTube, just a few clicks away. Smash that like. Make sure to subscribe. We're actually over 61K subs, and it didn't really took that much time. So I'm seeing a kind of a speed up situation here with this. Oh, you're in Las Vegas. Oh, I just saw that Methodical Man is in Las Vegas. All right. So I'm seeing a bit of things are speeding up. We're getting more subs. Make sure, if you haven't already, please subscribe, because as far as I know it, and Terry will talk about it, we still have some welcome bonuses for those of you guys who are absolutely new at MyFundedFutures. Terry will tell you all the details.
Yes, I am happy to share. Use code YouTube. to receive $60 off. If you haven't used this discount already, you get 2 uses of this. So instead of paying $157, you get to pay only $97 on the Rapid Camp plan, the 50K plan. And this is all in, you guys. None of our accounts have any activation fees. So this is a fantastic deal. It was extended. So it's extended until March 24th. Make sure you snatch those up if you have not already. And then we still have the 30% off any of the pro accounts for all of our traders. Special welcome package of 50% off if you're a new trader with MyFundedFutures. And we still have the deals on the 25K Flex if you haven't tried it yet, all using code YouTube. Thanks, guys.
Oh yeah, that is an absolutely great deal. And of course, yeah, go for the pro. Check out the pro accounts as well. The Rapid is super successful, by the way. We keep hearing that everybody loves the Rapid account, and the daily payouts absolutely hitting differently. And yeah, we have some other things to talk about, right, Terry? I think we're still having the Easter eggs, right? Do we have it, Terry?
Yes, we do. So we are running a special promo, special giveaway on all of our socials. Each day, there'll be a special hunt, treasure hunt, where you're looking for a special code to receive a nice fat discount.
Oh,
can
yes.
I use the word fat? I think I can in talking about discounts. Yeah, so make sure you check all of our socials to find that Easter hunt. And I will get back to you and let you know where to look for it today, because each day it's a special hunt on a specific social media of MyFundedFutures.
Yeah, it's a treasure hunt, and we do like it. And it might not be just until or it's not just be until Easter, but if everything goes well, who knows? There's going to be a treasure hunt for the whole year. It's up to you guys. You must engage. Make sure to subscribe to every social where MyFundedFutures is on. I think we're already at everywhere: Reddit, Instagram, and TikTok, and YouTube, X. Who knows? I'm not even aware of we have so many platforms all over the place. But make sure to subscribe. I like that, And of course, we have something more as well. We should not forget that, guys. We are looking for good stories. We are looking for good people. So if you have a great story to share, please apply. Right, Terry?
Yes, exactly. So our mods will drop it in chat, the link to apply to be a guest host, potentially on our show, or potentially to be a permanent host, which would be so fun and so amazing. Every time you guys are using code YouTube, every time you come in here and smash that like button and subscribe, we are growing our community, which makes us feel so amazing, because we have the best people, all of you, every single day coming here, spending the afternoons, mornings, evenings with us. It's just so awesome. At 70,000 subs, Tom said that he will do a special dance for us.
On that couch, yeah.
And he will call Luke himself and ask for a special present.
Oh, that's for sure. And guys, this is really amazing. We're definitely like the Justice League. I'm Bruce Wayne and Terry, she's Wonder Woman. So basically, we're looking for new sidekicks and heroes. So we're needing to expand the team, and yeah, we want to get bigger, better, stronger. So if you feel like you have what it takes, make sure to apply for our form, because we would like to have you on the show.
Yes, exactly. And I did see MyFundedFutures put a Reddit link. I did drop it in chat again. So if you have a story you'd like to share about getting your payouts, passing your evals with MyFundedFutures, or just your overall trading experience, you can share it with our wonderful community on Reddit. We are trying to grow that community over there too. So it's a really exciting time. I just got an update yesterday of the amazing progress we're making, of how we continue to grow our community, and it's just really fun. Oh, also, if you're a funded trader, not sure if you know, I think a lot of people don't know, there is an exclusive area for you to chat away with other funded traders on MyFundedFutures on our Discord. So make sure you check that out too. You just have to link in when you go into your dashboard on MyFundedFutures, you just have to link in your Discord, and then you'll get access to that special exclusive VIP place for funded traders. Just because once you get funded, there might be things that you want to discuss with other funded traders.
The conversation is going 24/7 there, guys, and it's just so great to see like-minded traders, ideas being shared. So be a part of the community. I feel like there's no, like, yes, there are communities all over on socials and discords, but like this is really like being part of the family. Like, it's awesome.
Exactly. You can find some new friends there.
Trading buddies. So go for it.
Yeah, and I just saw in the funded chat room this morning, Eric, shout out to Eric. Eric has a payout certificate of $16,911.40. And he says these rapids are crazy.
Oh yeah, they are. They are. And again, I need to repeat this over and over. The daily payouts are really as close as it gets to have a real like, yes, it's simulated, but it's as close as it gets to be a real cash account. It's so amazing to have this kind of feature.
Yeah. So let's check on the leaderboard.
I just checked it a minute ago, and I'm like, what is going on? Are you seeing this? What's happening there with Ben?
Ben, I know. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh my gosh. So Ben has made over $109,000 in one 150K account. I'm assuming this is a 150K pro account. This is the Big Daddy account that we absolutely love. Amazing. Congratulations to Ben.
That is just wow. Absolutely. I've never seen anything like this. $109,000. I think he had so I'm just assuming that he had a really good run, maybe yesterday. And, if I were Ben, I don't know, obviously he makes the decisions, but, we might not going to see this number, like, for example, on Monday, because I'm assuming that he's obviously taking that money out. I really hope so. It's an enormous amount of money on one account.
Exactly. And every trader with MyFundedFutures, we can request up to $100,000 in sim funded, and then you're transferred to live likely. So this is, and look at Nate. Nate has Nat blank has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 accounts, all each at over 33,000. That's amazing.
132K ish. A lot of money, guys. A lot of money.
Yeah. Sometimes when I've seen people go like they just keep pressing on the gas. I saw this in the sim funded in the funded chat with MyFundedFutures, the exclusive spot. And I saw someone, they had well over 100K in sim funded profits. I was like, hey, I didn't want to be the bad. I didn't want to be like the messenger that gets shot, right? I was like, hey, congratulations. I'm like, not sure if you know, but we can only have up to it's still so much money. We can have up to $100,000 in sim funded payouts for each trader. And I tagged him just to, kind of let him know. See, this is what we do. We look out for each other.
Oh, yes, we look out. We definitely. This is family,
Yeah. I think he knows, but just in case if he doesn't. But we can have up to 5 of the sim funded 50K accounts. So that's why you see Nat blank, have 5 of them. I see Rye here is doing well, still doing well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Amazing results there.
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations. I'm seeing lots of these 50%, 50% gains. On this side is the win rate.
Wow. Amazing.
Amazing. Okay, 30th place. Congratulations to you, Fan, with 21,000 in profits. Yeah, this is in profits. This is not including the account size. That's amazing.
Lots of good trades there, and it would be amazing to hear those traders. Like I'm genuine. I'm really curious about not just the strategy but the mindset as well, like how they are coping with winning days, losing days. I would have so many questions for them.
Yes, come and join us, apply, and share your stories in Reddit. We'd love to hear it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think, Tom? Market's going to open in about 5 minutes here. Ooh, I see we're trading above VWAP now.
Oh, yeah. We're actually trading through the VWAP, and it's quite amazing. Let me just put my 15-second chart here. So yeah, we're trading through, and it seems like we're going for the 3-minute supply zone at 540, which I totally totally forgot to see. But you know what? Let me just go down to the 1 minute. Yeah. Now that we closed above the 2-minute supply zone, I think even before the open, because we still have 4 minutes, I think we're just going to spike up to 540. That's what I'm kind of thinking or feeling. So maybe I'm just going to take a small trade there. Who knows? 537 maybe would be a good target. I'm not sure. It could be pulling back a little bit here. I'm not sure. But, when I'm talking about zones and it has not been like mitigated or tagged earlier, I feel like it's a very strong level as liquidity. So there has to be like a strong draw on liquidity. And there's a form. There's a form. Everybody, be quick. You got to fill it out in maybe 60 seconds or maybe 2 minutes, who knows. But make sure to stay until the end of our segment because winners are going to be announced at the chat. And if you're not here, then everybody's going to be happy because there's going to be a reroll. So make sure to be here.
You'll be sad and everyone else will be happy. And we want you to be happy. So.
Exactly. All right. So yeah, we're pulling back into this 1 minute gap. It's not moving anywhere right now, but interesting pullback here. Interesting pullback. I'm a little bit tempted to take a jump into this. I'm not sure.
Let me see.
Interested to take a jump into this trade. All right. I jumped into this trade. I took the liberty to jump into this trade. And I don't know why my candles have different color, but the thing is, I jumped in. Oh my gosh, I'm in with 5 micro. That's too much. I might have to close a little bit there. I'm closing like 2 micros. All right, 3 micros is more than enough for me. And I'm going to let the TP go to like, just to make sure about slippage and who knows, 537 is going to be my TP on this one. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. But it goes, it's nice. It's good. I like it.
I like it. Tom is in a long.
Yeah, we are in a long here. So let's see how it goes. Now I'm tempted to add a little bit more. I should have closed that 2 micros. I think it's just gonna spike up to 540 now. We have how much time? We have 1 minute, so it should be spiking up there, pretty close.
I do like this. The market on open orders. So that's this 5 minute candle and the 5 minute candle before. Both are looking green, right? The one before this candle at closed green, was super strong green. So that's telling me that there's like an imbalance on the buy side.
Yeah.
More people want to buy on the open. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work, right? But
exactly.
It's kind of idea behind it. Come on, let's go, Bulls. We have about 70-ish points until we get to filling the gap from yesterday's closing price. So hopefully we get that gap fill before it hits your stop.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. I don't know what's my NinjaTrader is acting up again, but don't worry, guys. I'm repairing it quickly. All right, here it is. Now it's working. Yeah, bit of a drawdown, Oh my God, I got taken out. Oh, not yet. But now I got taken out. Yeah, it is what it is. But actually it was just 3 micros. I thought that we were going to spike up there. I don't know what happened, but even if we sweep these levels here at 439, I can actually imagine that it will go a little bit higher here. Who knows?
Yeah.
I just don't see anything on the downside. That's the thing. So, I mean, there's a zone that got tagged once. I feel like this is just a sweep. This should be a sweep. I think it should be turning back. If not, then I'm definitely upside here.
My goodness, that was such a strong push down. That was unexpected.
It should have happened quite the opposite way, but yeah, who knows?
Yeah, this could be a sweep.
Well, if we close below 410, then I might gonna give up the idea of looking for longs. It seems like, yeah, we'll see. Do we have any headlines here or news? Let me just check it.
No, I don't
nothing.
see anything.
Nothing. Somebody from Fed, oh, that was earlier. From Fed was talking, but that was earlier. So what's on the downside here? There's a fair value
Wow,
gap.
it's
Yeah,
still pushing lower.
it's getting lower, guys.
Oh
It's
my
just not.
goodness.
It's just not ideal. Not the ideal condition right now.
Oh,
What a shame.
NQ is down over 180 points in the red. Okay, is this a sweep? Are we going to bounce back? Or are we going to keep going?
Not sure. The low of this candle is 95. I think it might want to sweep. Actually, we went down quite a bit.
We really did. I really want to catch a falling knife, Tom. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Yeah, which is one micro. I hopped in long.
I knew it.
408 is my entry. Let's go.
All right, good luck with it. You know, actually, the good thing is if it picked up liquidity on the 15-minute chart here. That's what I was eyeballing on my other screen. Like it picked up some liquidity here, and it's actually bouncing off from that fair value gap. So I still haven't given up on that 3-minute supply zone up there. So you know, I'm just gonna wait. This would be okay. So the 930 candle is not the original first fair value gap. So I'm just gonna wait a little bit here. If we have another fair value gap or like inverting this 930 fair value gap, that would be my sign to give it one more try. So let me just put it here. I need some extra confirmation here. That's all. But yeah, it looks good for a long. I'm not saying it's not. Actually, this was a real good sweep here. So.
Yeah, I see lots of resistance to our left from yesterday at around this level. So hopefully it'll bounce. I mean, not resistance, but support. I hope it'll bounce. Come on. We want to see the bounce.
It has to. It has to. Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. What else? Okay.
Might die. I don't know.
It's still okay. It's still okay. Currently, at this very moment, it still looks like it just wanted to squeeze the longs, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, we might better get ready for a possible push because really there's nothing down there. So I'm trying to ask myself, like, is there anything else to take on the downside? But there's nothing more, you know, nothing else.
Yeah. These bears were like hiding and they just like came out roaring. They're like coming out of hibernation. They're like, oh, I'm so hungry. Give me my food.
Oh yeah. And I just don't know how far it may go. So it might try to completely reprice this level at 372, but it's better to wait this one out. I don't know. So we made a low here, and this was at 610. So in between London and New York sessions, like London was open, but it's not the typical London kill zone. So I'm wondering if it wants to go for it or not. But if I go out to the 15-minute chart, not even the hourly, and I look to the left, there's only one level here, which is like quote unquote kind of close, which is at 212. If I go up to the 4-hour chart, yeah, that would be the swing low. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Looks so crazy. Yeah.
It does look crazy. I think, yeah, it's just kind of flirting close to my entry. My entry is at 24,408.25. Oh, this second 5-minute candle. I might be cooked. We shall see.
Oh, really? The 5-minute? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Will it tag in the 5-minute order people on the short side? The low of the first 5-minute candle is 382.
382. Okay. So that would be a short opportunity for the orb. Okay.
For the orb, yeah. But that first candle is pretty big. Almost 100 points.
Okay, well, so far it's holding this area, and the mid level of the fair value gap is still kind of holding price. It's a tough call right now. It's again one of those things when you just have to wait it out what the market really wants to do. I mean, if you have a theory or you have enough I mean, trade cap and PNL room to trade to catch the falling knife, just like Terry did. And if you feel like this is going to bounce, then I'm not saying it's a bad entry. It's actually, it could be a real good entry, especially if it starts to go with the V-shaped recovery. Then you just nailed it, because everything seems like it was a squeeze for now. So
Yes, exactly. I thank you, Tom, for reminding me. It's like if you have the room to try the falling knife, but make sure you don't try too many times.
oh yeah, not too many times, because that's gonna hurt. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's gonna really hurt. This is true. Hopefully this works. We shall see.
yeah. So far, it's not really moving, and as you said, we're not really having any other news event in particular. So yeah, quiet. Yeah, it's a quiet day. Which, I mean, news-wise, except if Trump or anybody else is going to comment something on the war, or maybe Iran is going to comment something, we don't know. But yeah, gotta be careful.
Gotta be careful. I think I am going to, let's see, my TP is at 458. I'm wondering if I should make it higher.
458 is actually a really good TP, right in the middle of the 1 minute. Well, almost in the middle, but it's a nice spot there in the 1 minute fair value gap. So yeah, I think you're good. I think you're good. Yeah.
Okay. Come on, push.
Yeah, it will. It will.
It will. Yeah, I see the bulls are trying. They're trying real hard here. Let me take a look at ES. ES is down by about 0.5%. It did take in the 5-minute orb people on the sell side. Let's check on YM. YM also, people got tagged on the sell side, the 5-minute orb, and it's down by about 0.36% in the red.
Exactly. Well, just a quick look, by the way. I'm just curious about what's happening on crude right now. Okay, crude is slowly grinding higher. Nothing in particular, but ever since 8 a.m., it's going up slowly. And let me get this mark off here. So, yeah, 96. What else is there? I don't know. It's a slow grind, it seems like, and on the 5-minute as well. And it's unpredictable. Crude is again getting back to the so-called, well, not official, but kind of like to the middle of this range, to the point of control area. So if it gets through 96.46, that might be a little bit bearish for NQ or ES. Who knows?
We'll see. No, I don't like that.
Oh no, we don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that.
I know. When I was looking at ES and YM, I was like, ooh, I don't like that. Both got tagged in on the sell side on the 5-minute orb. But I'm still hanging in there. We're down by about $30-ish on one micro.
That's all right, absolutely. And there's one level at ES, relative equal lows at 6,622. Maybe we can see the so-called SMT or divergence situation here. If ES would swipe that 6622, then maybe NQ can get a bit of a boost higher. Now it's going for 6622 on ES. I think it's going to sweep that level. I'm just going to put the marker right there. Yeah. And once it does it, then, that could help NQ a little bit there.
Do you think the market will want to not go into the weekend like net long with everything that's happening with the war? I know, I feel like that's a little bit of what happened last Friday, but I'm not sure, because at some point it gets priced in. Right? Like, yeah.
I'm not sure. Like, usually the thing is, especially when it comes down to these war events and things happening in the Middle East, it's like, comments, decisions, or worst case scenario attacks are going to happen over the weekend. So we can expect possible gap scenarios. The question is like which one would get more liquidity, or which one would spice up the market even more. If the market would stay calm right here, hold this area, and then hopefully not, but on Monday there would be a huge gap to the downside, and the market would be fighting its way back to the consolidation area from the lows, or we should see a sell-off happening right now. And I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm just kind of talking.
Keep talking, Tom, because we love your voice.
No, I'm just trying to.
Doesn't matter what you say.
I'm just really thinking out loud. Like, what could be the scenarios here? Like it's a Rubik's cube, really. I mean, there's so many ways to calculate for the weekend. I don't know, but you know what? The more time we're spending here in this area at this fair value gap, the more I'm starting to think that we could be shifting back up higher. And I said I'm not going to give up on that 540 just yet.
I like that. Hey, we're more in profit now. My entry was at 408. Market is trading at 435-ish right now. TP is at 458.
458.
I kind of want to extend it, but
I think worst case scenario, it should be popping into 450 just to tag that fair value gap. And as soon as I say it goes back down. What the heck? But it should be going back into that level. I don't know why it's a bit of a slow open right now. I mean, I should not be complaining. We're only 12 minutes in the open, so anything is possible from here. But
push. Okay, we have retraced about 50% of the first 5-minute candle, so that's good. Bulls are taking charge. They're fighting back. They're saying, bears, you get back in that cave.
Oh, yeah. Get back in that cage. I like that.
Get back in there.
Get back in there.
Okay, VWAP is above us. It is at 504-ish. And to fill the overnight gap, we would have to go up by about 160-ish points. Oh, come on. You can at least fill like 50% of the overnight gap. Maybe?
Oh, yeah. Easy.
Let's go.
I feel like there's a chance that it might going to try to go back to that gap. I mean, maybe that's what the buyers are really aiming for on the short run. I mean, short term, but is it going to do it? If we close above the mid-level of that fair value gap, which is at 468, that would be a great indication for me to try to get back to that 540. But look at this. Your trade is almost at TP.
Almost there. My TP is at 458. Let's go. Push.
458. Oh my gosh.
Wouldn't it be so cruel if it just turns around?
Oh, it would be so cruel. 458. I'm going to put a rooster here. All right. You guys weren't going to hear it. I'm going to hear it. But
oh my gosh.
It should be smashing that level. Come on. People are taking some profits here. What is going on? Okay, I mean, it's normal. We picked up some orders from the gap. Yeah, we all know that. But now it's time for NQ to push it higher. Come on. Just a little bit.
Come on. You can do it. You want to go back to VWAP. I know you do. I just know it.
Yeah. NQ listens to you. So maybe not. I need to make a call.
You have the magical phone and the vintage cell phones.
I have everything here, by the way, on my desk. So if you guys don't believe it, here's the proof. Actually, here's the vintage phone on my desk. You see, it's just like it. Then this one has a direct connection to the market maker, so I can make the call anytime. Actually,
I can share my screen.
Oh my gosh, it's happening.
Yeah,
it happened.
Catching the falling knife worked today, guys. Thank you.
Let's go. W's in the chat for Terry. This was beautiful.
Thank you. I was brave. No, okay, I'll show you guys what I saw on my chart over here. If you look to the left here, we have a ton of consolidation over to the left. This was yesterday afternoon. It was just chop. But you can see here, this area, you can just eyeball it. You don't even have to draw a line, but like areas of support, right? Mm-hmm. So when I saw us drop big like that, I was like, market loves to like sweep. It loves to fake people out. And I remember I did see this pump, Tom. You shared with us the
Oh
headline
yeah,
about this pump.
yeah.
I didn't know the news behind this, and I actually wasn't in front of my charts when this happened. But when I looked back at this during Globex, I was trading. I looked back, I was like, oh my gosh, that was some type of headline news. You can tell without even knowing by just looking at the volume
Oh yeah.
here. Like so, it's like double the size. This is a 5-minute chart. By the way, I love these momentum trades, like where you just see the spike in volume, really big, super bullish candle. And so you just like jump in and put your stop in and put your TP. I missed this though yesterday, but yeah, so that kind of gave me some courage to just try to catch a falling knife. And I did it with 1 micro, which, it's so much easier to stomach.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? 1
Absolutely.
micro. Yeah. Wow, look at that rejection. I'm glad it took my TP.
Well, definitely. I think you did right. And, even if it tries to tap a fair value gap, usually there's a higher percentage that is going to sweep the orders from the lower section of that. So, yes, the mid-level is also a good target, but your TP was right in the middle of the low end of that fair value gap. So it was absolutely in a good spot there. But,
thank you. And your analysis, Tom, it helped me remain cool as a keeper.
We're just, kind of building up the narrative. And this is something like, guys, this is something everybody can do for themselves. You guys can do that too. Like, obviously there's so many different concepts out there, not just ICT, but different kind of methods and approaches to the market. The goal is like to build your own, right? So to build your own narrative, there's nothing wrong with that. And don't care if others are smiling at you or maybe making fun of you, like other traders in social media or who knows, because like social media could be very distracting sometimes. I just explained it to Terry on the backstage because sometimes it does freak out all of us. But the thing is, if you have a narrative, if you have a strategy, a way to do, to reading the narrative, just stick with your own way. I'm not saying you have to come up with brand new concepts, but like take the information everywhere that you think that matters to your trading strategy, and like try to put together the one that is going to suit you. So, small pieces of information from here and there can help a lot. So carve out your own way. That's the goal, right?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Tom. And I feel like it can take a while too.
It can.
Yeah. As far as figuring out what style of trading best suits you, because we don't really know until we try. Like, okay, is scalping going to fit my personality better, or will intraday swinging fit my personality better? Or maybe it's somewhere in between.
Yeah, it can be anywhere in between. And again, for example, if you're brand new, there is nothing wrong if you give yourself a couple of chances, but not too many. Like, I'm trying to say, not trying to hop strategies like every other day. Like, oh, you put on a trade, it doesn't working. Oh, I'm going to try something else. Try to narrow it down to 2 or 3 strategies and try to, back test it first and then forward testing. So for example, you can do like multiple forward testing even on a paper trading account, and just, try to practice those entries. And it's going to take time. Even if you're brand new, it's going to take at least weeks, at least months, to even make the decision like, okay, this is the type of strategy, this is the type of trading style that suits me better, so this is the way I'm going to go. And even then you think like, okay, I finally found it. Guys, I had so many of those moments over the years, like, okay, I found it, this is the one, I'm not going to do anything else with this strategy. But what I found over the past 3 years, I'm still using the same strategy. I'm looking for zones, supply and demand zones, but I'm always trying to, not modify something on the strategy, but adding small details, shaping it to the form, the way I see it better. So there's some small add-ons, tidbits here and there that I'm trying to add to my approach. And, it's just getting better and better. And even nowadays when I had some rough days, so that's why I'm actually glad that we're going into the next week, because this week was a little bit tough for me. But I know it was not about the strategy, for example. So you might say that if you're in a losing streak, the first thing you might say that, oh, it's a bad strategy. Hold on a sec. Hold that thought for a second there.
Yeah.
You gotta reverse engineer the whole process back. Like, what happened there? Backtrack all the thing. Like, what happened there? Because it's not. I don't think that it's a strategy at all. Like, there's really good strategies, not just, all over the internet and socials, YouTube, everywhere. And every host here at MyFundedTV has a great approach. And I do know that everybody is awesome in their own way and approach by trading. So it's not, I can assure you guys, it's 90% that it's not the strategy. Every strategy, even, we talked about a coin toss could be successful if you apply proper risk management. So before you try to strategy hop, try to ask yourself, like, okay, did I follow those rules, right? So there's a very high chance that it's going to be a risk management issue there. So I know that on this week I had a rough week, and I got up this morning and yesterday it was a particularly bad day for me in the PM session and later. But the thing is, long story short, I know it was because I oversized some positions. I shouldn't have. I just couldn't accept the loss. So the strategy worked, by the way. The levels got tagged. So after I got taken out from the positions because of oversizing, the levels got tagged. So that just I just confirmed back to myself that, okay, the strategy worked, the levels worked. I was just a little bit oversizing there.
Oh my gosh, Tom.
What?
That makes me so mad when I do that. I'm just like, it's like a burn. It's like putting salt into your injury. Like,
it does. It does.
I can share the daily giveaway schedule.
Oh yeah. Let's see that.
So this is what Magna shared with us yesterday. So each day, today is Friday, March 20th. If you go to our Discord, there will be a form where you can put your name on for a chance to win an additional giveaway. There are so many opportunities throughout the day. Every single hour, we have giveaways in our chat during live stream. And then this is a special one, an additional one, which is different. So there will be a forum. So yesterday there was a forum on YouTube. Today there'll be a forum on Discord. As you can see, on each day it is different. Feel free to screenshot this. Tom, smile so everyone can screenshot it.
Hello. Yeah, make sure to screenshot it. Yeah. This is your cheat sheet. You will know where to look for, Yeah,
exactly. And then the treasure hunt is actually every single day, you guys. And that one, we don't know which social media it'll be on, but there will be a special discount code for you to receive a really big fat discount with MyFundedFutures. So check that out. Yeah.
Make sure to keep an open eye everywhere you go. And by the way, I am so happy that we are having 193 likes already. We need 7 more likes, everybody. YouTube loves this, by the way. This is how things are working. 7 more likes. I know we can do it, everyone.
We can do it.
We can do it. I'm just going to refresh the page and let's see what's happening here. We need 7 more likes. So make sure to smash it. If you're watching us on X or TikTok, please just, come over and make sure that it's being pushed. So
yeah, let's go. Ooh, drop it like it's hot, y'all. Look at NQ.
Oh, there you go. 200 likes. Woo! It's being done, everybody. Thank you, everyone. This was great. Good job. And yeah, just wanted to circle back for one more moment to that previous topic. So, oversizing and knowing if you were correct or not. So, let me say this, including to myself, to those of you guys who were having some trouble this week or in the past couple of weeks. Maybe you blow up some accounts or you were struggling. Just, the same question as always, like, ask yourself, was your analysis correct? Were your levels correct? So I'm certain that if you're doing your pre-market analysis, you got to come up with the plan. So if you have a plan, like you're anticipating, that's what we're trying to, it's a fancy word maybe, but it's kind of like the same like predicting, but we're anticipating where the market might go in the particular session, like this is where I would like to see the market go if it shifts here and there. Okay, so ask yourself at the end, when you have like even a good day, but especially on a bad day, like, was your analysis correct? Were your levels correct? If the answer is yes, then I have a good news for you. You just have to fix your risk management, because obviously you know what you're looking for. You're seeing the market the way you need to see it. So fixing the risk management is where you need to put your focus on. So, because you might going to do some strategy hopping, you might say, this strategy sucks because I tried to do this and that and it turned the other side, it didn't go there. So this strategy is not, no. First, this is why you got to start with the question like, was your strategy, was the level correct? Were the level corrects? The analysis, was it correct or not? Again, if the answer is yes, then you know it, then it was risk management. That's how simple it is.
Thank you, Tom.
Oh, welcome.
I also saw another question in chat. Someone asked, how do you know when to size heavy versus sizing light?
Well, if I'm sizing heavy, for example, I'm looking for a very close target. So for example, I'm looking for 10, 15 points. Most likely I'm scalping on the lower time frames, and I'm looking for a certain level, which I think it has to hit. It's going to come with chart time and experience. So that's when I'm adding more to the positions. For example, I'm in with 5 micro. I might even add 2 or 3 or 5 more. So I might be in with 10 micros and I'm like super heavy. But when I'm doing that, I must remind myself that I have to pull my stop loss a little bit closer. So wherever I am, obviously I need to manage my stop. I just can't let that trade, go against me with 10 micro. I just can't let it go against me like 30 points. That would be like $600 in drawdown. So I like the 50K accounts too. I like the 150K accounts too. But for example, on a 50K account, you just can't let it go against you 30 points with 10 micros. Right? It's just, you can't, or 1 mini. So I got to make sure to remind myself to pull my stop loss closer a little bit. But yeah, if you're very close to a level and it comes down, on my end, when I scalp, I do that. That's when I like, okay, it's close. It's going to get there. I'm anticipating the move, but I need to pull my stop closer. Okay. So don't let your account in a big drawdown.
Okay. So when you do size heavier, you're like tight trail.
Yeah. I need to exactly. So I need to trail that a little bit tighter, and that's the only way I can mentally manage that particular trade. It's just safer, and there's still like, if the market is like crazy, there could be still some slippage. So just saying that a sell stop or buy stop, so basically a stop loss, is not going to guarantee that you're going to be out on that particular price. So you got to make some calculations there. So anyway, the long story short, size down. Oh my gosh, it's almost 10 a.m. and Pinetree is knocking on the door already.
Yes, and NQ is making new lows of the day. Woo, what an exciting Friday.
It is for sure.
Thank you, Tom. Last thoughts before we head out for the weekend?
I'm just, again, grateful for MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV that I could be here all week again. And thank you for the chat, for everybody here, for the positive vibes. I'm already focusing for next week. And of course, to you, Terry, I think we're having such an amazing segments here. So thank you to you too as well. And I wish everybody a great weekend and recharge.
Yes, thank you, Tom. I agree with everything you said. I second.
All right.
Thank you. Please give a very warm welcome to PineTreeTrader.
All right.
See you
Cheers.
on Monday.
Bye.
Good morning. What's up, everyone? I'm in a banger trade. I just called it out in the chat. I'm short 361.50. Let's do it. Stopped at 419. I hopped into the short on my stream just before I hopped on, right? So people that followed me over from my own stream, I was in the short, and here's the reason why. I'm looking for this low, this wicks. We had that bounce right at 24,000 level on NQ on the old contract, and this is what I'm targeting here. So 200 level. So 220 or so. I'm going to front run that. But that's what I'm looking at. That's where we're short. Right now, it is a banger. Stops at 419. We are up big points, over 90 points right now, and currently look like it wants to test that level. So nice trade going on right now. Caught a few scalps this morning and been experimenting last night. I want to be fully transparent, guys. Yesterday, you guys saw me. I was ready for a payout almost. I only needed to make another $100-something today. I would have been ready, eligible for a payout. I blew my account yesterday. If you guys follow me on my socials, I tilted a bit. So yeah, so now I'm on a rapid account, MyFundedFutures eval rapid, and starting over. So unfortunately, that was my day yesterday. It was a rough day. It was a rough day. What is going on? Abishak, it's me trades. Good morning. Shahid, Labarto, Ann in the house. Sid, Mototimo, Endless, JNB, Bear Trader. What is up? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. 44 to the Punisher. Nomadic. Hey, what's up, Nomadic? You blew one too, Dynamite. Yeah. All right. Do you guys think we're going to sweep that low? I think so. I think we're going to sweep that low. Let's look at the hourly. This is the target I got going on. If we get close to it, I mean, at this point, I could start. I probably should take some money off. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take one off right here. Boom. Took a one off. And I'm going to put the stop at, take that off just in case I don't get filled twice. Stop's going to go at break even now. So take one off. I mean, $150 with 2 micros, or essentially 1 micro. And then we're going to look for 220 here. So this is one of those days where I felt like you could look left and have a nice little stop there. So lots of volatility, guys. Be careful. So anyways, I lost some accounts yesterday. It sucked, and I was close to a payout. I'm not gonna lie. I still have my days where I get a little tilty, and it happened to me yesterday. So unfortunately, I think what happens was I had such a high watermark when I got off stream yesterday. We took 2 trades of 20 points, and then so for 40 points total, and then I was up $400 on the funded account. Beautiful day, right? To walk away. That's $400. I mean, that's 2 days at my old job, you know. But I didn't walk away. I hopped off stream. I ended up kept trading. I got the account up to $1,100. So I was up $1,100 on that funded account, and it was a flex account. So at that point, I could have withdrawn $1,500. And that one more trade, you guys know about that one more trade. I decided to hop in and end up being the loser. And then all of a sudden, I'm chasing that high water mark. And next thing you know, I'm red, and now I'm embarrassed and end up losing the account. So you know, that's just kind of the way it goes. Samuel in the house. What's going on? Do I have a live channel? Yeah, you can check out my socials. But yeah, I have my my own YouTube, guys. You can just search PineTreeTrader on YouTube. You'll find me on X as well. Appreciate the support. I'll be on again today too. I'll be on MyFundedFutures twice today. So I'm coming on with Husk later. So I'm getting off stream. Probably gonna eat a little food. And then I'm going to come right back on stream for another hour. So to cover for Methodical Man. So it should be a lot of PineTreeTrader today. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but getting a little bounce here. Considering getting out of this trade now, because this is my one trade a day setup. You don't want to be stuck on a bias. It doesn't mean we'll have to run this low. I'm actually going to hop out of this trade. So yeah, up 396 now on this rapid account. $1,500 is the consistency. Don't need to get it in one day. spread it out a little bit. Perfectly fine. Let's look for another trade. We'll talk about something I've been working on. It's guys, it's the midpoint fair value gaps. This is something I've been working on. Last night I was practicing while I was sitting and watching TV, and it's called the fair value. What is it called? The Vinay fair value gap indicator on Tradevate. Just something I happened to see this morning during the open. It banged big time. I was streaming and we were watching. This 380 level had a fair value gap from way over here on the 2-minute chart. Great. You can actually see it. I don't know. This is a lot of ICT talk. I know. I'm sorry. I'm already apologizing. Okay. I'm just kidding. Why is my thing not snapping? I hate that. Let me go to my, what's going on here? All right. I like the snap. All right. So yeah, right out here, 380. You put in that fair value gap. And you can see it came, like, it had that blue line. And I know this is in hindsight stuff, but it came to the blue line and I'm like, ooh, this is a scary trade. And it literally just bounced right off it, that 380, and it was that fair value gap. And you can see right now we're rejecting off this midpoint fair value. So it's one of those trades where I'm looking like, well, could I take some scalps off it? You know, looking for that 10, 15, 20 points and be done with for the day. And I think the answer is going to be yes. So it's just something I'm going to be watching, and something that, you know, still trading my inside bars, haramis, outside bars, all that stuff. But you know, it's not a bad idea to throw a little something into the tool bag, and that way you can perhaps look for a scalp or whatever, depending on the market conditions. So, because my favorite trading is take 1 to 3 trades a day, catch 10, 15, 20 points and be done. That's my favorite trading. So I don't have to trade all day. I'm getting that bear flag break here. So it looks like this harami might fail. So this scared me out of my trade. Could we push back down into that 220s? Is this going to fail? Feels like it. We can hop in with another micro. Hop in with another micro here. See if we can actually push down to that 220s. $225s. Place a stop at 333. Just see if that fails. It's just above that candle's wick on the 5. And see if we run that. That's what I'm looking at. That's this 200, 220 level. So basically, we'll give up some points that, you know, we got out at 311 from that 360 level, and let's see if we can keep going. So this is where I am having a little bit of a bias, like, oh, maybe we have pushed this, but could we push back up and what people would call the manipulation, and, you know, kind of fake out a bunch of people trying to sell short down here? Sure, we can. But just one micro, still up 330. Good place to be, right? Congrats, we got some winners in the house. Harry Dobson, ICT, NGL. Congratulations, happy kids trades. Ariane and Marley's dad, 27. Are you present? X winner is Niam GND HRV. That sounds like a motorhome model. Just joking. The HRV. That's why the HRV. All right, it's dad joke. Sorry. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let's go. Congrats. All right, can we keep getting that push down here? Very, very volatile, guys. This is why you sort of have to size down. Very, very tough to trade minis unless you're looking for those little baby scalps, which is absolutely possible. PUBG. Wrong stream. I do love that PUBG though. PUBG is a fun game. Hey, Miss K, what's up? We got, who else we got in the trade? I see ICT NGL in the house. Rocky Mountain Traders. Shahid. How you guys doing today? How'd you guys do yesterday? And how are you guys doing this morning? All right, there we go. There's the flush. Come on. Let's break that and make a new session low. So far, this Harami's holding. I want it to fail. This would have been the one trade a day setup. I want this to fail. And that's why I usually say, like, you know, you should look left, right? You look left, look for targets, look on a higher time frame, and it will, your trading will improve. Keegan, you had a bad day. The pine cones are showing up. Let's go. Get down there. Is anyone in any trades? Curious. You guys in any trades? Gold, silver, oil, NASDAQ, ES, YM. Let's take a look at YM. Is YM pushing down here? Yeah, YM's pushing down. We like that. There we go. Back into profit. And let's get that cabooshin. Let's get that flush. There it goes. That's a quick 15 points there. After that flush. We're looking for more though. This is the thing. When you're trading micros, you tend to look for a little more points. If you're trading minis right now, first of all, you would have took a lot of heat. So it's not really practical, but you know, take 15, 20 points with a mini, you're like, okay, that's enough. Right now, we're testing that 50 levels, 250s, boom. Keep going. Keep going. Gonna tighten the stop up now. Just above this candle's high. Tightening that stop. And let's see if we run that 220s, 200 level. $1,500 points on 15 points on a mini is a day. I agree. I agree, Lavlin. That's exactly. All right, we're catching some bangers here. I'm getting greedy, guys. If hopefully you're not copy trading, right? But you know, you could scale some out if you were in this trade. I'm not telling anyone what to do, not financial advice, but if I was in more than one micro right now, I'd be scaling out myself. So definitely, and then trying to leave the runner. Let's go. Come on. Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. So they have the Price is Right game show on at the local casino, which is kind of funny. It's like the touring Price is Right. And it draws a big crowd. People love it. Well, there was 30 points there, but man, look at that. Look at that wick back up. This is, woof. So there's a new 15-minute candle here. Hopefully we don't get stopped out here. I did move my stop down to 310, so took off a little risk, which is always smart to do. Come on, let's hold this low. I mean, let's not hold this low. Let's keep stair stepping down here on the 5-minute. Come on. New 15-minute candle could take us out. Was I the only one looking for longs, Vex? I mean, hey, if you caught that bounce there, that's 30 points. I mean, that's one of those things where, you know, the thing about NASDAQ is you can, it depends on the style of trader you are, you can catch, like one person can be short, one person could be long, and you both can have winning trades. You both can essentially get to a payout. It doesn't really matter. The thing about NASDAQ that I've always found is, like, if you keep a proper risk management, you know, with the volatility, you could be completely wrong about the direction of the market. Like the market could be selling off all day and you still catch some nice bounces and get paid, right? So that's the thing. That's why I like NASDAQ. Both sides of the coin can win, you know? So we're getting a little bounce here. Hopefully my stop. We went 30 points there. Risking 30 now, so I needed to keep stair stepping here. I don't want it to engulf this candle, but it's looking like it might. It's trying. Need that rejection off 300. Get down there. I mean, I'm only looking for another 15 points. How hard can it be? Do I have to stream giveaway? Oh, let's see. Who else we got in the chat here? While we're in this trade. Don't get too greedy, Tarek. Yeah. It's okay. We're up, right? So this is a good place to be. You know, if we're down, it's a little more tough mentally, but we're up. 356. If we lose this trade, we're still going to be up about $300 for the day. Nice little action. So nice little base hit day. And we're going to be trading later this afternoon. So on stream, the same account, hopefully. If I hop off stream in about 10 minutes and then I come back and this account's gone, then you know what happened. But yeah. Guys, I want to remind everyone to make sure you follow MyFundedFutures and MyFundedFutures TV. Make sure you follow all the socials. We have the YouTube. We have the TikToks. We have the Instagrams. We have all of it. Who knows? You might see Tom, Trader Tom, on there doing the peeky dance on TikTok someday. So make sure you guys come follow. And we're going to have some Easter egg giveaways and codes and things like that on the socials. So make sure you're following MyFundedFutures on all of that stuff. So the Discords, the Reddits, yeah, the TikToks, all that good stuff, right, Abhishek? Instagrams, X. Yeah, I see some regulars that won. ICT and NGL. Congratulations on that win. No luck, pure skill in the house. What a day. Wow. Yeah, we're getting that dump. I love the bear days sometimes, guys. I like the volatility that it brings. These are my favorite days to trade. And you know who else likes them? The perma bear. Terry trades 100. She's the perma bear. She just doesn't like to admit it. She loves those the sell-off days. She likes it when it drops 2-4%, you know. Take a look at gold. We'll take a look at gold real quick. Let's see what we got going on gold. Yeah, gold's selling off. Really strange, right? So take a look at the 5-minute chart here on gold. We are selling off as well. Silver perhaps is probably doing the same thing. Yeah, silver selling off and NASDAQ selling off. So very interesting. Which means is oil popping? Yes. So this is the thing. A month ago, NASDAQ would drop, gold would pop. Right now, it's gold and NASDAQ drops and CL pops. So that's the theme, right? So this is all news-driven, fundamental stuff, probably. You know, with the wars and oil and all that good stuff. So that's what we got going on. We got the first inside bar here, guys. I'm already short. This is This is a crossroads, right? Like, do I take my systematic trade if we break to the upside and look for my 20 points? Or do I hold and see if we break to the downside? Or do I just get out now and lose a few, lose 10 points? Looking like a big, nice bear flag too. I would love to see a break of this inside bar to the downside. Man, pushing that. We break that high of that inside bar, we probably get stopped out. So this is the first inside bar. I like to look for 20 points. If we break that, of course, we're already in a short. I think a break of this inside bar bear flag would be, I think then it's green light. I think I could actually add into this scalp and possibly get aggressive on it. I'm actually might, if we break 480, 48, sorry. I'm actually going to get aggressive on this. Add a little more. If we break that. Something like that. Get in 3 micros. I got a few minutes left. Maybe, hopefully this breaks. We have Mr. Zinc coming on a little bit later. Another mainer. Another mainer. Can you imagine just 2 mainers on MyFundedFutures TV? I know that sounds like it wouldn't be a big deal, but I mean, there's no one lives in Maine, so. And you know, another crazy story about Mr. Zinc is that he lived recently. I guess he moved, but he lived 5 minutes down the road from me, and I live in a small town, and we don't know each other. We just met. We just met on MyFundedFutures TV. So MyFundedFutures TV bringing people together. Isn't that crazy? And he actually has another connection. He can talk about it, but yeah, there's another connection as well, if he chooses. But yeah, it's nuts. It is a small world, Sussberry. Yeah. He's your cousin. It could be. He could be. I should ask. Maybe I should ask him if he knows my mom or my dad. I don't know. Who knows? No, he actually grew up. He grew up in Maine, but not close to. He grew up not close to me. But he recently lived in the same town and about 5 minutes down the road from me. We're in Maine. I'll just say central Maine. Like I live right around the Augusta area. So here's my address. And then here's my social as well. If you guys want to get your pen and paper out. Get your pen and paper out. But yeah, just right around central Maine, Augusta. I worked for the Augusta post office for years, so 15 years. You have a ton of family in Alton. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where Alton is, but I've heard of it. It's probably north. That's usually the saying, Mud Pup. In Maine, if I don't know where, if I haven't heard of the town, it's probably north. Yeah, Old Town. Yeah, north. Up by Bangor, Maine. Bangor, Maine. Hollywood Slots up there. One of the casinos. North. Double inside bar. Yeah, so I usually take the first one. If I have an A+ setup, this is it. I don't really talk A+, B+, all that stuff, but if we break, this is why I'm getting aggressive on it. Now, could it fail? 100%. But if we break that low of this inside bar with the bear flag setup, so here on NQ, I like this. This is good. Will we get it in just a few minutes? I don't know. I'm going to leave the trade on if I have to hop off because we have Mr. Zinc coming up in 4 minutes, but I will be back on. So you got Mr. Zinc on for an hour, and then you have me on again with Husk. So I'll let you guys know what happened with this trade. But this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that flush, and then I'm looking for the bear flag inside bar break, and then I'm looking for this wick to get tested at 24,000 level. If you go to the old contract, NQH, this is the old contract, and you can see we bounced. Oh wait, it's not letting me look at it, but you guys know the old contract. It ended up bouncing right off that 24,000 by the tick, and then rallied 1,000 points. So I just feel like we could run that. Don't mean we have to. It's just I just feel like that's my target. Any questions for me, guys? I got a few more minutes left. Thank you so much for another great week of streaming. I will be on in an hour. I'll be back on. So hopefully you guys just stick around and hang out and chill with MyFundedFutures TV all day long. We'll sling some more contracts. We'll see if we can get a few afternoon setups. I don't really want to see this break to the upside, break these inside bars. That'll be like a failure of this whole bear flag. You can see, oops. You can kind of see here. We got the that wedge thing going on. So it's very indecisive. I want to see that quick reaction, push back down. Or if we do push up and put it in an outside bar, that'll be a green light as well. All right. Come on. Get down there. This is looking bearish now. Breaking that flag structure. Let's break that 248 and then keep going. Stop's going to go right at that 300 level. I'm going to move my stop down to here if we break. I'm just going to move my stop there anyway. So stops right at that 300. Oh, just doesn't want to go. Just consolidating here. Could we get another mic? So last Friday we had the mic drop trade where literally the last 30 seconds we caught that 50 pointer. Let's see if we can get another one. See if we can get another mic drop trade. Got a minute and a half here. Come on. Who's holding this market up? Which one of you whales in the chat is holding this market up? Come on. Let it drop. Just one time. Mr. Zinc's on deck. Yes. Hey, what's up, Mr. Zinc in the house? I got one minute left. Mr. Zinc's about ready to hop on. Oh, we're just not going to get it. Come on, just break it. Just holding this low right now. Might get stopped out. So we got the bottom of the hour here in 30 seconds. But anyways, guys, yeah, I'm about ready to wrap up here. That's going to do it for me for this morning, but I will be back on in 1 hour after Mr. Zinc. So just hang out with Mr. Zinc for a bit and then come hang out with me again. I'm going to leave this trade on. We'll see what happens. And I'll let you guys know if we go up to 300, I'm just going to stop myself out. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for being here, and I'll catch you guys in a little bit. See ya. Peace.
I'm muted again. Good morning, everyone. How we doing? Welcome in. Thank you all for tuning in. W Pine, yeah, you had a great segment. Coming right into IB shorts. Hopefully we get our pullback to 50%. I wouldn't, let me put the 25 and 25% might be the best we get today. I'll actually leave that on for the day. 25% of the IB. Good morning, guys. How we doing? Good morning. How you doing, Ann? GC Victim. Old Victim, that's a good name. Raphael. Sonia, Goku, what's going on? What's going on, Pine? Welcome in. All right, I was just talking about this. Just as we don't think we're going to get a pullback on the IB, it offers something. Let's stretch that screen out a little bit more, get the stream filled. Beautiful. Are you considering the IB? I am today. Yes, we're looking for shorts. Only difficulty with entering early is where do I want to put the stop loss, considering that it's still within the IB. That's why the only reason I don't really like entering at 25% is even though it's a 50-point drop from where we are right now, you can anticipate a continuation. This is how I think Dan Cook, yeah, that's his name. Dan Cook trades it. So for a short position, he puts it somewhere like this. He's still 1-to-1 on the trade. I just don't like entering at 25%. The reason I like entering at 50% is because your invalidation is a correct invalidation. If I enter at 25% of the IB, our stop loss being at 75%, it can still, and it happened earlier this week, actually, yesterday. Yesterday, we had the IB trade for the long to the upside. I'm actually just going to go ahead and get rid of previous days range. I don't really need that on there. We had that long to the upside yesterday on the IB. If anyone was catching that on stream with Ash yesterday, or no, Afiz was live yesterday. This pulled back to about 75% of the IB. Now, I did take it on MNQ, and I sold it early because I thought SPY was going to go and break to the downside. SPY also closed at about 75% of the IB. So a little tricky. What's going on, guys? They're obviously correlated. Yes, that is a rule that you need to follow with the IB. If SPY and Qs are not indicating the same direction, we do not take it. We don't take the trade. Speaking of, we're almost getting to our entry here. So given that we've broken previous day's low, very clear bearish bias for today. Obviously, we're down 1%. But given that we've broken previous day's low already, we have a 10% chance that price goes to previous day's high, which is well over the IB high. And we also only have a 10% chance that price reverses and breaks through the IB high for today. So because the high was formed first on both SPY and Qs, I actually started using these in direct correlation with each other with the data. They increase the odds when they line up. For earlier this week, we did not have, was it Wednesday or Tuesday? Tuesday. So as you can see, this wasn't a trade that I took. This was just me theorizing the trade on Tuesday. SPY, as you can see, I was short bias, long bias on Qs. That's because SPY formed the IB high first and then the IB low, targeting the low. QQQ formed the IB low first and then targeting the IB high as the IB high formed second. This isn't a trade that we're going to take. We are now at previous day's low. This would be a pretty good entry, and this is coming up on 70 points. And then you could put a 70-point stop on it, but then, again, your stop loss is in the IB, so it's still valid. That's the tricky part. Hoping this time without complaining. There's no hope with this trade. The hardest thing that I've been tasked with this week by the trading gods is patience. 110% patience this week. I took an early entry on Wednesday and almost got stopped. I actually did get stopped out. Scratch that. I got stopped out early because I entered early. I entered at 25% of the IB. I didn't think we were going to pull back that much. And then we end up going and hitting the 50% mark. Also, previous day's low is holding some significance right now. It's holding as resistance. I'm very tempted to go and get the entry now. And this would be the trade itself. If we were to enter our previous day's low, the 1-to-1 puts it the stop loss just barely. And I've been stopped out of this exact entry several times this week. Puts the stop loss just barely over IB50. So I'm going to try to wait. The IB is very clearly pointing to the downside, but I need to make sure that I have patience, because you don't want to enter the trade and put your stop loss all the way up at that high. The only thing that you would miss, I was actually just talking about this all morning, the only thing you would miss is profit. But if this was any other day, you could risk it a little bit. Fridays are where prop firms make the majority of their profit with people churning accounts. Fridays are statistically the worst day for a retail trader or even a professional trader to trade. Previous day's low, damn you. Why you gotta do that to me? So this would have been the maximum profit there. If I had entered at previous day's low, this is where I would have put my stop 1-to-1. It was barely off of IB50. Could have capitalized on at most 80 points if you had gotten a god tier entry. Still a really good bias though. Anyone happen to take these shorts in chat? Anyone happen to trust the IB shorts? SPY was also looking a little bit better. We can get to it here. It was a lot closer. I was monitoring that, don't worry. I just didn't have it pulled up on the screen. But this wouldn't have been an entry either. London low is what this rejected off of. This didn't have previous day's low in SPYs all the way up at 655. Still needed an entry at 50%, 654.09. I'll be honest in saying Fridays are probably my best day, so I think it's based on persona. There's going to be outliers. This is the large. I mean, if you're looking at 100,000 users for most prop firms, the big ones anyway, and you have 60,000 of those users blowing their accounts or churning accounts on a Friday, there's going to be some people that do really well on Fridays, but for the most part, Fridays are the worst day for retail traders to hop into the market. The reason that I'm practicing patience, I'm not too upset if I miss a trade. I'm up a whopping $60 today, but if I take no trade, it's fine. You're not, Ash and myself say this all the time, you are not going to get rich in one day from trading. You can ruin everything in one day, but you're not going to get rich in one day. And the reason that I need to practice patience today is because of Wednesday's IB. This is almost identical to what Wednesdays look like. It did not at all look like we were going to get that 50% retracement. Did not look like we were going up at all. And just as you think it's not going up, it goes and hits 50%. And look at the sheer power this had for resistance at 50% on Wednesday. I was impatient. I ended up get stopped out. I took this trade right here on Wednesday. So I entered at about 25%. I had my stop loss at 1-to-1. I'll move that up. This was what my trade was looking like. Altered a little bit. And I ended up getting stopped out on this wick at 11 o'clock because I didn't have patience. So I know it's really hard not getting into a trade. I struggle with it as well. It's really hard. It's the most difficult aspect of trading is not clicking that buy button, because I could just as easily go over here, sell market. I'm going to try it. It's going to be a little risky. And then that risk turns into 100. And in this case, if I went too short, let's say it goes up to IB50, this higher risk, or I'm just going to risk it mindset trade, that turns into a $120 to $200 loss. That $200 loss spirals into a I want to make it back, which spirals into a tilt for the entire session. So patience is a must with this model. If we get the entry on MES, it's going to be, let me draw the fib in. I didn't get the levels on MES. It's going to be at 6617. So it's a 27-point trade on MES, and then the trade itself on MNQ is 110 points, $220. So I'll go in with probably 1 micro on that, maybe 2. I'll go with 1. If I was over the buffer, I'd get into 2, but I don't want the trailing drawdown to hit me too bad. Did I take the Globex IB last night? I did not. I took a long off of consolidation. I thought that this was coming into, this is the idea that I took last night. I thought that we were breaking through resistance, which we kind of did. We were making higher lows and lower highs coming to a point. So I took an entry anticipating a break. This was after this candle wicked up. I ended up getting out only because I was going to bed, which I guess hindsight, it was a good thing that I did because it ended up peeling off for the rest of the night. For the IB last night, though, I did not take it. The Globex IB actually failed 4 times this week. So it wasn't, I mean, this week has been extremely difficult. We have the contract rollover. We had FOMC. We have triple witching today, right? Is that what you said earlier, Sensei? In chat. Triple witching today. Contract rollover was the big one. That one hit very hard earlier this week. If you guys have watched, if anyone happened, and you guys can drop a 2 in chat for this, if you guys were trading Globex on Tuesday night, even Monday night too, who in here watched price literally crawl? And it was like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down for the entire night. Let me get back to Tuesday here. Although it did trend for the entire night, this is what the Globex IB did for the entire 2-hour session up until Asia open, and then we got movement. This was disgusting. And not only was it Tuesday's Globex, it was also the IB that I had on Wednesday. I was in this trade for 3 hours, which is highly uncharacteristic for the IB. I was going to exit before FOMC hit. It worked out beautifully, but it was a pain to hold this for 3 hours. It was disgusting. And then same thing to yesterday too. I was in that trade for about an hour and a half on ES, I think. ES took a little bit longer to break yesterday. Yeah. I was in that trade from about 10:37 all the way until 11:30. So not an hour and a half. What am I saying? Just under an hour, but still is a very long time to hold a trade. I usually like to take the trades and be out within like 15 to 20 minutes, but it has been brutal this week. It's been very difficult to hold these positions. And the IB just hasn't really been working that well. PIPT, IB on Globex, not Globex, what am I saying? IB on crude oil worked perfectly today. That it did. This is obviously a delayed chart. I'll go over to crude on here. CLJ6. That's not the right one, is it? Oh, I'm still delayed on here. I haven't activated the commodities and oil trading for MyFundedFutures because I just don't want to have the urge to trade gold anyway. I don't want to get into a tilt like that. But low form first, high form second, retracement to 50%. Beautiful break. Obviously, this is delayed, but in the next 15 minutes, it will break. I can see into the future. A very nice PIPT. Very nice trade. Did it work on Euro USD today? Let's see. That it did. That it did. Didn't get the 50% entry, but it's kind of climbing up there now. What about Tesla? Tesla also looking to get a 50% entry. We're so close to getting a nice pullback. I'm not in that short, by the way. We're so close to getting a nice pullback to that 50%. We just need to make sure we're patient. We need to be patient. It is a must. All right, so for the discussion today, if you guys saw my tweet, I was going to discuss some payouts, getting payouts, stacking payouts, the psychology behind it. And for those payouts in general, they're not easy to get. So if you get one, 90, I think with the past 2 prop firms that posted these stats publicly, 95% of people that go and buy a prop account will never get a payout. So if you get a payout, you're within the top 5%. So pat yourself on the back if you're getting payouts. The hardest thing after that is stacking payouts. So how do you get consecutive payouts? How do you go about getting a second, third, fourth, fifth payout, or even getting moved live with that prop firm? For MyFundedFutures, the policy is 100,000 sim profit before you're automatically moved live, but they can move you live earlier based on performance. How do you go about getting that second payout though? Because that is probably the hardest thing that I went through, and a lot of other people I know as well. Once you get that first payout, it's a post payout blow, is what it's called unofficially, but a lot of people end up blowing their accounts after that first payout. And it's either the fact that you don't really care about the accounts anymore because you get your money out. You don't really have the same risk management. You don't have the same idea with those accounts because you're like, hey, I just spent $500 to get these accounts and I just took $5,000 out of them. I'm just going to risk it. I'm going to go full send for the next trade. So you guys need to make sure that you're trading the same way after that first payout. After the second payout, you're trading the same way regardless. Even if you're in an evaluation account, you're trading the same way. Just because it's an evaluation. And someone that I follow on X just posted the same exact thing. Teammate Alex. Once you get a payout, let's say you get a $10,000 payout and you blow the accounts, which is inevitably going to happen. Once you blow those accounts, you don't have respect for evals anymore. You have no respect whatsoever for evals. So going through those evals, you're just going to try to fast pass them. You're not going to care. You're going to go in with 2 minis, 5 minis, whatever the max allocation you can get is. You either blow the account or you get it funded immediately. And it's because you're playing with house money after that payout. That's where prop firms also make a significant portion of money, is after they give you a payout, you're chasing that high to get another payout. You need to respect the account regardless of what phase the account's in. That's the most difficult part that I see for a lot of traders. Past 250K flex and locked in 3K payout today, 19K past 5 weeks. Very good pops. Why do I see most successful people having multiple evals at the same time over multiple accounts? I copy trade 5 at a time. That's why I have multiple ones. I always have copy trade. I don't think I've really ever done one account at a time. I like having the max allocation regardless, but it's also important. This is a big step. Gambler. Yeah, everyone's guilty of that, Rolo. This is also a big step that you need to make forward if you want to be profitable prop trading, is diversifying the trades that you take. So if you are trading on, let's say you're trading on 5 prop firms, or even 2 prop firms, we'll simplify it way down. You have 5 evals with both prop firms. Don't take the same trades on those 2 prop firms, because if you have a bad day, if you have a blow up day, and you're copy trading 10, 15, 20 accounts, it's really going to suck if you go and blow all 20 accounts. Whereas if I want to take on MyFundedFutures, for example, let's say MyFundedFutures, I only trade New York IB on. And then I go over to another set of accounts, and I only trade Globex IB on those ones. You're still taking the same trades. You're still profiting or you're losing. But if you go on tilt, hopefully you're not going to blow your entire portfolio of accounts. So what I like to do is I like to have 5 accounts on one firm, 5 accounts on another firm, 5 accounts on another firm. and I'll take different trades. Sometimes if the IB is something like it was on Thursday, I'll take that same trade over all three. But if I took the IB on MyFundedFutures and then I see that we have an FOMC continuation to the downside, I'm already up on these accounts for the day. Probably not smart to go and risk that profit. So what I'll do is I'll go over to a different set and I'll trade the continuation down on those. If I blow those, or if I do something stupid on those, it's not going to impact getting a payout on these accounts. So that's a bit of a psychological advantage that you can take when it comes to trading multiple accounts. You can do this all within the same firm too. You don't have to do what I do with copy trade 5 accounts. If I wanted to do something stupid, I could go down here and trade on my eval, and that can be practice, and I can maybe pass another account. I can have it in reserve. You also don't have to copy trade 5. You can trade 5 accounts, but you don't need to take the same trades on all 5 accounts. So I can take on this first one, I can take the Globex IB on the second account, I can take New York IB on the third account, I can take the inside bar stat, outside day stat, London 50, previous days 50 on the fourth account. I can take risky trades on FOMC or CPI. And on the fifth account, I can just do whatever my heart desires. That can be my gambling account. Not that that's a smart thing to do, but just for the example. Unfortunately, previous day's low happened to be too freaking strong. So we're not getting a pullback to that 50%. I think this is probably going to flush right to the IB low coming up here. I do not use a third-party trade copier because I am not accepting the liability if that trade copier fails. I will always go into application settings, go into add-ons on Tradeovate, and activate group trade. I will always go through this. If Tradeovate fails, the prop firm is liable for that, or Tradeovate is liable, which the prop firm will get rewards or compensation from Tradeovate. If Tradeovate goes down, what typically happens with most prop firms? MyFundedFutures, for example, the last time it went down, they said halt all trading. We will reverse losses from trades that took place between 9:49 and 10:10 while Tradeovate was down. If you had a loss that occurred during that time, please do not trade for the rest of the day. That will be reversed at the end of the day. If you're using a third-party trade copier, they say, sorry, nothing we can do. You accepted the liability. Yes, our trade copier just caused you to blow 12 accounts. We're not liable for that. We can't do anything for you. Tala, Mr. Zinc, what's your typical RR since you're doing multiple accounts? Always, my minimum risk reward is always 1-to-1. It's always 1-to-1. I will never, and funny enough, you guys had Ike on Wednesday. I'll never have a negative RR trade. And if I do, then I did it on accident. I always put my trades at 1-to-1. Also, there's the IB low break. Beautiful bias on that. Just couldn't get the retracement to 50%. If you guys managed to catch that short, it would have been a really nice one at previous day's low. And 1-to-1. Your TP stop loss, 1-to-1. So that would have been the trade right there. Hindsight, obviously. Pretty nice trade. Would have been nice if it retraced to 50%. And it is what it is. Trump's talking now. Anything about war. If you guys are interested in getting something as close to possible as Bloomberg Terminal, you can go on to Twitter. And the guy's name is Walter Bloomberg. His @ is Delta1. Delta1 spelled with an I. And he copy pastes everything from Bloomberg Terminal. I wouldn't recommend having his push notifications on because that gets you a message on your phone every 2 minutes. Peace out, Rolo. Have a good week. Have a good weekend. But he just copy paste everything that goes on Bloomberg Terminal, so you guys can get all the updates you want. I guess it's kind of the same as Financial Juice as well. Trump's talking about sinking ships. What else would he be talking about? Thank you for the tags, Abhishek. Push and push and push. Funny enough, I'm actually listening to Push by Matchbox 20 right now. Believe it or not. Look at that wick back up. This is also another reason why I do not target extensions on the IB. They do happen, but it's only about 20% of the time that you'll get a half an extension. Sometimes you get 20%, 10%. Most of the time, once the IB breaks, you have a reversal like what we're seeing right now, especially when the IB is a large range like it was today, or you're already down 1.2%. Your continuation probability is very, very low. I'm out of here as well. I have a tea time. See you, Pip T. I don't think Pip T is in the stream anymore. He did just say he was dipping out, but I want to use this as, I'm going to continue to use him as an example. Learning from the right people means all the difference in trading. It means everything in trading. Pip T, and this is highly unusual. It took me 6 years to get to this point where I'm taking consistent payouts almost on a weekly basis. I haven't gotten any this week. I stink. I'm sorry. Pip T trading started in November of last year. He started at the end of November, bought his first prop firm account, or funded his first prop firm account in December, and he's on his like 6th payout right now. So if you do the time on that, that's 4 months. 4 months that he has been trading, and he's at already a profitable state. And I'm not trying to take the credit here, but he has posted this, so I guess I kind of can. He said it was only because he is learning from the right people, and he tagged me and then another guy, Pattern Profits, on X. But learning from the right people means everything, is what I'm getting at. This is a great space for it, MyFundedTV. Obviously, this is something very curated by Ash and the MyFunded team. Not going to have people that churn or just gamble on accounts, or they're just selling you on an affiliate code. Everyone on this stream is someone that you can learn from. Myself included, which I take pride in. I'm happy about that. But just make sure you guys are learning from the right people. Winners roughly 5 minutes. Oh, maybe we got some forms coming out here soon, guys. Be active in chat. Yeah, Pip T is highly unusual. He's not a typical case whatsoever. I mean, it took me 6 years, 6.5 years to get to this point. Granted, I was learning by myself. But if you guys are learning from the right person, I think you can cut that time frame down by a year, 2 years, 3 years even. $400 watching, 300 like, not fair. Everyone just had, you guys got 43 more likes. 43 more likes to go. Get it to 300, and you'll get a little surprise, I'm sure. Is IB invalidated? No, the IB won today. IB actually did very well. It just didn't pull back. Didn't pull back enough for me. I was being a little picky. I do want to, yes, it worked today in hindsight. I took the same exact trade, the concept of this trade, on Wednesday, and I got smacked for it. Even though it did end up winning in the long run, the short bias on Wednesday, this was the trade that I took right here. So always 1-to-1. Never, I could have done negative risk reward on this, and that would have been my trade. It would have been a win. I did not. I always put 1-to-1 risk reward on it. And as you can see, because I entered early with a 1-to-1 risk reward, my stop hit at the IB 50. So I ended up just entering more contracts. And then the trade that I had after that. So I did take a loss on this one. That got stopped out right there. And then I entered 6 micros I know, big size. I entered 6 micros with that being the trade right there. So it still worked, but what you should get from this, early entries in hindsight always work. The true entry you should be looking for is that IB50, and that's because it's a 1-to-1 with an actual invalidation level. If you enter early, you can still have the IB be valid. So those are the 2 trades that I took on Wednesday, pre-FOMC. 42 more legs to go. Ian, if it retraces back to 50% now after reaching extension, is it still a good trade? You could. That's the IB by retracement that I've been working on. I've been trying to target where the best entry would be. With the stats, you have, so as you pull back into the IB, you have 10%, 20%. I think I might be able to add them on this. Let's see. Can I add any show levels? Doesn't look like I can. Let's just look at 25%, for example. You have about a 60% chance price retraces to 25% of the IB after it's broken. And then those odds drop to about 40% that you retrace to 50% of the IB, and then it goes to 20% that you retrace to 75, and then you only have an 18% chance that price goes all the way to the IB high. So the difficulty with this concept of entering the IB after the IB has broken for the IB by retracement is that you might get an entry at 25, you might get an entry at 50, you might get an entry at 75. Where do you put your stop loss for those trades? Be a bit careful. Great way to blow up. Yeah. Are you allowed to use negative RR? Like even, yeah, you can use whatever risk reward you want. Ike was on here earlier this week and he was talking about using a 1 to 8 risk reward. 8 to 1 risk reward. So 0.2 or like 0.16. So he's risking $1,200 to make $300, $200, something like that. The prop from MyFundedFutures isn't demanding that I have a specific risk reward on my trades. And I love it when Ike says this. Your bank account accepts whatever risk reward you have. Your bank account does not care about your risk reward, does not care about your profit factor, doesn't care about your win rate. Your bank account accepts money and it spends money. That's it. What was the Twitter account for Bloomberg Terminal? It's Delta1. I'll spell it out. DEITA. He's using an I as a L, and then 1. ONE. That would have been a really nice IB by retracement. Speaking of, another 80 points that you could have capitalized on there. That's if you had the best possible entry, obviously. Delta 1. Bias is going to remain to the downside. So running through the rest of the stats for the day. First off, we open the day, and I missed this into open. This is my fault for not paying enough attention. We opened within previous day's range. So that's an inside bar stat on Qs. We have an 87% chance of going to previous day's high or low when you open within previous day's range. This is previous day's range right here, by the way. So we open underneath previous day's 50, bearish bias. You have an 87% chance of going to previous day's high or low. Once you break previous day's high or low, you have a 10% chance that price continues and breaks previous day's high or low. So in this case, since we broke previous day's low, we only have a 10% chance price goes up. Along with that stat, The trend stat, 80% of the time price is trending in one direction. It will continue to trend in that direction. That's another stat that lines up with that 90% chance that we will not go and take previous day's high. The only thing that invalidates all this is Trump speaking. So if Trump comes out right now, he is talking right now. That's why we have some pretty crazy wicks going on in this 15-minute candle. If Trump comes out and says the war with Iran's over, everything's happy, everyone's happy, we have a new supreme leader in place, and price skyrockets, just because we have a 10% chance price won't hit that previous day's high and a 20% chance that price won't reverse this trend. If Trump comes out and says some news event like that, or if Powell comes out and says we're flash cutting rates by 2%, this data is not valid anymore. That's a news move that invalidates all the data. So we're not looking at that. And then the last data point is we have an 18% chance price goes up to 591.16. And then we also only have like a 60% chance price goes to 588.19 on Qs. So these are all levels that if you see hit, you can probably go short from. But bringing it back to the beginning of the stream, Friday's the worst day to trade, statistically the worst day to trade for the week. That's him, funny guy, Walter Bloomberg. Fridays are statistically the worst day to trade for the week. So if you're content with your profit today, I guess I'm kind of content with the $60. I wish I made more, obviously, but 60 over 5 accounts, still a $300 a day. Would have been nice to have made more. Make sure you're also focusing on the fact that if you enter into another trade, you can always lose more. So if I'm just going to go and take a quick 4 micro trade with 20-point stop loss on it, that trade, if I lose on, I just turned my $60 green day into a $100 red day. And now I'm probably going to send myself on tilt, and I'm going to stare at the screen for the next 2 hours on a Friday, probably going to blow the accounts. So do not do that. If you guys have any questions for me in chat, go ahead and drop them. If you have anything on the IB. I do not like trading the afternoon on Friday. I don't think anyone should. Go enjoy your day. Go touch some grass. Hang out with your significant other, your spouse, kids, whoever it might be. Go take the dogs for a walk. We have very, very rare stats, very finite stats for today. 18% chance price goes up to 591. On that same note, we only have a 20% chance that price goes down to 582. If you guys remember last time this happened, last Thursday, this is the outcome from stats like that. So you have an 18% chance price went up to 604. We only had and I got to draw this in manually because it doesn't track it for previous days. We had an 18% chance price went up to 604, and we had a 22% chance price went down to 596. What did price do for the rest of the day? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So we're going to take that, copy paste, and we're going to move that over to today. And this is what nope, I guess it doesn't want to copy paste over here. This is what I'm going to anticipate for the rest of the day. Friday afternoon, all the way until close. This is probably what we're going to do right here because of the stats. This is barring any news, any tweets, Iran conflict, anything that we have. People will just yap for hopes of winning. You can talk yourself into any trade. It's crazy. You can sit here and talk yourself into clicking that buy button so easily, and you automatically go and think that the trade's going to win, and then when it loses, that's when you tilt. It's crazy work. Also, for today, make sure that you guys are all trading on M6 for ES and NQ. M6 contracts. If you are currently trading on MNQ H6, this was last month. H6 was last month, so make sure that you transfer from H6 to M6 contracts. You can still get away with trading on H6. The contract rollover does apply to future contracts. This still has enough-ish volume on it where you can get away with trading it, but the volume should completely die off over the weekend. So make sure that you are on H6 and not M6. Vice versa, sorry. Make sure you're on M6 and not H6. I said that wrong. Chuck Norris. Why are we talking about Chuck Norris? H6 is dead. It's no longer open. I remember a while ago, I accidentally traded on it was the day after or the day before the contracts rolled over for gold, and I opened my position. It was immediately down like $50, but the price wasn't moving. I was so confused as to why. This is my prediction for the rest of the day. Right here, this arrow. I'm actually going to make it a little more distinct. So I think I got to get into the artistic mindset here. So I think this candle will go a little bit higher. Trump will say something bullish. Okay, I'll come back. I'll post this on X later. We'll see how accurate this is. And then I think we'll have a bearish close today. There you go. So I think that's what it will look like for the rest of the day. We'll see if my crystal ball is correct. I did rub it this morning. Made it nice and shiny. No other trades to monitor for today. We could go and look at Tesla because it hasn't broken the IB low yet. This one should come down to the IB low. Gold also broke the IB low already. The high formed first into the low. We could go and review last Friday. I actually did take, we were talking about this IB trade on stream. I took it after, and if I can find it. No, it wasn't March 13th. 2 Fridays ago? When the heck did I take that trade? Or was I live on Monday? Tuesday. There we go. I left it on there. Beautiful. 2 Fridays ago, March 6th. This was the IB trade that I took. This one was about a 4-hour hold, 3-hour hold. Perfect entry at 50% of the IB. The low form first, right at 9:30 open. So here's our IB established. And that was the break that we had on Friday. If you guys remember covering that 2 Fridays ago, you may not. Perfect entry at 50%. Perfect expansion all the way up to the high. This was a $4 move, which correlates to about $400 per micro on MGC. I think I got out a little bit early. I don't remember if I held it all the way to that 2 o'clock break or not. But it was about a 3-hour trade, 11:15 to 2:15 in that range. So you can trade the IB for other tickers. So far, so good. It's coming up to that point. Now, question for everyone in chat. If I expect price to trade like this for the rest of the day, do you think I am going to trade it? Do you think it's a wise decision to trade sideways action? Probably not. Hey, chat, have you liked the stream from Mr. Zinc? Thank you, Trevor. Order a screen from Temu. Don't order a screen from Temu. Don't do that to yourself. Temu 1. Use the range IB. It's not the abbreviation for IB, but for days like this, it might be. There is also another stat for a lunchtime IB. I haven't dove too deep into it, but it's a, obviously we're not at 12 o'clock yet, but we can go review it for yesterday. Come 12 o'clock, you can take the IB on, it's called the lunchtime IB. So high form first yesterday, low form second. You try to get your entry at 50%. I know it's kind of difficult to see here, but you can see it almost pulled back, it hit 590, and then you had a bearish bias into lunch. So you can trade the IB for many, many different time frames. London this morning, I believe, worked as well. If we go to, we'll go draw it on M&Q. Go to our London session, Fibonacci retracement. So 3 a.m. to 4. This one gave you an entry at 25% of the IB. That was about it. So there's your London IB for today. Low form first, high form second. Your entry is at 25% in this case, and it broke on that same 4 o'clock candle or 4:15 candle, and then it kind of just died from there. But you can assess the IB for any time you want. If you guys want to try it for like 6 to 7 in the morning, 5 to 6, 4 to 5. Lunchtime IB, initial bulimia. What a term. London was perfect yesterday. London was really nice yesterday. I did see some beautiful profit on X. Let me go and draw it in here. Was it yesterday or are you talking about the one today? Oh, are these times still off? That might be the issue. I think that's the case. I've been drawing everything an hour behind. High form first. Low form second. 50% entry on this wick. And then death. Death for the rest of the morning. I think I might have been drawing everything an hour later than I should have. Maybe that's why the Globex IB hasn't been working too well. Nah, I'm just kidding. Done for the day. No trade if markets fall again and stick to plan. Now trade on Monday. Yes. The hardest thing to do in trading is not take a trade. The hardest thing to do in trading is not take a trade. It's very, very difficult. Couldn't get that off my screen there. Very, very difficult to do. It's very difficult to sit here and not talk yourself into getting a trade. I almost did take longs. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, as my mom used to say all the time. I almost took a long at that retest of 24,300. I probably would have gotten an entry at 24,300, maybe a little bit higher. And then obviously it broke the IB low. But on the same note, I learned a valuable lesson from Wednesday, and I'll keep reviewing this. These are the 2 trades I took on Wednesday. Even though the IB was still valid, my early entry costed me $160. And then the second entry I had, which is what I should have waited for, ended up winning 1,100 on that. Or 1,200 on that, actually. This is trading real bad. Yeah, this is not good. This is awful. Oh, there it is. Why did it copy paste all the way up there? That's weird. Coming back down to the IB low again. If you want some beautiful examples of what happens after the IB breaks, yesterday, stayed in the IB all the way until 3 o'clock when Trump said something. I don't know what the news was for it, but this had to have been a news candle. We don't move $4 in one candle off of nothing. FOMC, obviously, this one was a little more volatile. You had FOMC that continued into close. Tuesday, absolutely nothing. Monday, absolutely nothing after the IB broke. So just be weary of that. Today, we're probably going to stay within this range for the rest of the day. I don't anticipate us breaking out. I don't anticipate a move higher. I don't anticipate a move lower. I think that price stays right here for the rest of the day. Did I miss a W? No. I mean, you guys can drop W's in chat if you want to, just for the stream segment. But no win on the trade today. You guys didn't miss anything. Thank you. Thank you. Do you compare 3 charts for SMT? No, it's only 2. I'm not even an ICT trader, but I know it's only 2. Gold, not really an extension that you would trade today. Gold's going to do the same thing. Look at yesterday, how gold doesn't really trade that well during New York. It's a lot more volatile overnight, especially during Asia session. That's when I used to trade it. You can see it moves much, much better during Asia. When New York hits, you get this nasty... You get a 30-minute open that's volatile, and then for the rest of the day, it's nothing. You don't get any additional movement off of that. I should have focused on this yesterday, actually. This was a really nice... This IB was beautiful. Could have gotten an entry all the way down at 419, but this was also a 10-point range, which is $1,000 on one micro. So if you get a 50% entry, you're risking 500 to make 500. Pretty crazy. Can you take the RAM out of your gaming laptop and put it in another one? You yourself probably couldn't do it, but you can bring it to a shop and they can do it. The last month or so has been so out of the ordinary. Asia moved a ton, New York chops. I don't know where the cap off for you is, but it hasn't been the last month. It has been the last 6 months. Gold moves really well overnight. It always has. QQQ has not moved at all since September last year. It's been 6 months of hell, and I want out of it. If you can get through this trading cycle, if you can get some payouts and get yourself through this trading cycle. Also, what did Trump just say? Look at that. We hit that little peak I drew. All right, now it comes down. Now we're going to chop down for the rest of the day and just peter out. It's not going higher than that. Only for my arrow's sake. I'm going to screenshot this and post this on X later. See how accurate I can get. What the heck happened? Trump is talking right now, so that's the reason for that spike up. But that was what? $1.60 up in a minute, which correlates to how many points was that? That's a big old screw you candle. It's a 95-point candle in 1 minute. Screw your long, screw your shorts. Did I take the trade? Not today, no. Not today. That was pretty funny. I did not take the IB trade today, but I am anticipating pretty cool that that just hit where I drew it up to. Nice. This is what I'm anticipating for price action for the rest of the day. If you guys are trying to trade this, please don't. This will lead to blowing accounts. If you are going to blow these accounts and trade this, you might as well go and hand some stranger on the street $130. Because that is the outcome that's going to come from you trying to trade this chop. You made 60 today? Yeah, I took a long last night. I took 2 MNQ long. And the thesis behind the trade, I ended up holding it for like 30 minutes, I think. Or like 25 minutes. the thesis to that long last night was a trend line break. I thought we were going to get a nice continuation. We had this very strong. I used to be a pattern trader, and I still go back to those roots sometimes. We had a very strong push up into close for New York yesterday, and then consolidation coming to a point. And you can see that we did break it. So the trade concept itself was accurate. I got out early because I was going to bed. This was at like 9:45 last night, 9:35. And then it ended up being a fake break or a false break. So we just came all the way back down. But for price action today, I'm not taking anything else. And I'll continue to say it. Fridays are the worst day for retail traders to hop in the market. Thank you, Abhishek. W for Zinc in chat. I'd feel better giving it to a stranger. Then go do it. If you guys want to trade this price action this afternoon, this, again, we'll see how close I get to being accurate with this arrow drawn. If you're trading after the IB broke today, and unless Trump comes out and says some directional news and we're bombing Iran again and price drops like it did after FOMC, you could get away with trading a micro or two for that. Not that it's not risky as all hell, but Tuesday, for example, if you're trading this, you might as well go and hand some stranger on the street $120 or whatever the reset fee is for an account. Or go and give the money to your mom or your girlfriend or boyfriend or whoever. If I didn't block my account, I can bet it would all be gone right now. Absolutely, Mendez. Also, congratulations on the giveaway win earlier this week, Mendez. Won one of the accounts on my Twitter. Thank you, Pine. I gotta go grab lunch sometime, Pine. You're only a trader within 200 miles of me, I'm sure. That's on social media. Or if you guys want to trade this afternoon too, I'll take your $120. You can send it to me if you don't want to give it to the prop firms. You can give it to MyFundedFutures, so that's okay. It's crazy thinking about that, though, right? If you thought logically about all the reset fees that you would rack up when you're blowing accounts or churning accounts, would you have rather given that $120 to some random person or a homeless guy or your mom or your sister, whoever? Or did you want to give it to MyFundedFutures or another prop firm? Doesn't really make any sense. So that's the risk that you should be assessing when you're trading in an afternoon like this. Since the IB broke even, we've had 2 inverse candles. That's it. Unfortunately, guys, we are at the end of my segment. We do have Husk coming up next. No methodical man today, just Husk. Matt Leach is looking funny at you now. I'm sorry, Matt. I didn't mean to take the money from you. Just give it a thought. Give it a thought. Don't go churning your accounts this afternoon. We are at the end of my segment. Next up, we got Husk. Thank you guys for tuning in on this fine Friday. No trades from me today. Just going to be enjoying the rest of my Friday. I'll go touch some grass, take the dogs for a walk. Husk and Pine, sorry. Husk and Pine coming up next. Well, that will do it for me today, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy this next segment with Husk and Pine. I will catch you all later. Peace out.
What's up, Pine Tree? How are you doing today?
Hey, what's up, Husk? What's
That's
up?
pretty wild, man, that I've known of you for the last couple years, and this is the first time we've ever got together.
That is true. That is true.
So
I have been
wild.
lurking on your stream for a long time. So
I know. How'd your morning session go? I listened to you last night talk about how you said you had a rough day yesterday.
I did. I had a rough
hear that
day
from you.
yesterday. Yeah, it was a rough one. Today's been pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I'm green, so
I had a good sorry. I had a good trading session. I paper handed my setup this morning though. I don't know if I've ever showed you the setup. I guess I've never gave you a backstory how you're the reason why I started trading the 5 minutes. You got me into those inside bars. You always talked about the inside bars, and I started watching the inside bars, and we started watching the 5-minute charts. I don't think I've stopped. It's been that long. But I use the 5 minutes to look for my initial setups in the morning. So this is the setups that I usually look for every single morning. It hasn't been that clean lately. So what we're looking for is, I still kind of what, when Methodical Man talks about trading off that 15 minutes. So what we do is we look for us to kind of run a high of the previous hourly candle. And then we look for a low of another previous hourly candle. And then we look for that 15-minute pullback and kind of pull the fib on this overall move, kind of pulling back into that golden pocket. So I did take this short after we did that. But with this week's price action being so choppy, I only took 20 points. And then I had to watch it sell down 200 points. So it was just a straight up paper hand morning.
Yeah. It's tricky. It's tricky. I mean, this today, right now, being Friday, looking at the price action right now, we're just sideways. It's just gross. I still expect that we pushed back down into this kind of test that lower 24,200 level. But right now we are just chopping sideways. So, but yeah, the first inside bar actually worked. It actually stopped me out because I was already short, but it actually did work for the 20 points because Methodical Man actually. So I made a video talking about the first inside bar, and then Methodical Man went and back tested it and come up with a 20-point take profit, very systematic off that very first 5-minute inside bar, and it did hit today. It just was a little tricky. So
I've done some of those back testing sessions with Methodical where either we'll share it in Discord, like he'll share his screen in Discord, or I'll just be on the phone as he's back testing, listening to him talk about it.
Yeah,
dude, I was in this short. I had an entry at 313. I was trying to get 100 points out of this trade a while ago, and whatever this little this big nasty wiki 590 point candle got my stop loss because I had my stop loss right above the previous day a low here.
Yeah.
So we were actually up about 50, 60 points coming into the stream. And I've been holding this trade since about 10:10. So almost a little over an hour. And this one candle got me. So that's kind of why we're not in the trade at the moment.
Yeah, I was short. I went short at 361. So very similar. Took it down to 279. But then I kept looking for that low right around that 220s to 200s. And so far we have not broken it. And we're just chopping sideways. So very interesting whether or not we actually do break that low, that bounce point from the 3rd. So the date 3-3, we bounced off that 24,000 and then win 1,000 points straight up. So it's very interesting if we actually take that out. So I got a question for you, Husk. What when did you get into trading? I'm kind of curious.
From a Methodical Man about 3 years ago. I went back to. He's the one that introduced me into trading, but I didn't really start doing the streaming thing probably until like a year after I had started trading. But anybody that starts out trading, you're still very green at a year in, so you're making all the stupid mistakes of over leveraging or going full port. And it's like now that you've been doing it a while, when you full port, you know what you're doing, but you still do it. You're like, why am I doing this? You're like, well, maybe if I walk away, it'll win, but you sit there and just watch it blow up anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know if you did the same thing on your fundings that you were mentioning yesterday, or if it was over multiple trades.
It was over multiple trades, but I caught myself getting bigger and bigger in size. So started out with the micros. Next thing you know, I'm into 5 micros, then it turns into a mini, and then I'm in the 2 minis trying to get back losses, and then next thing you know, the account's gone.
So it's basically a DCAing in it. You're just DCAing in it, like, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't like a particular trade, but like it was multiple trades. But then when I get like that, the mindset is like I'll look back at what I was doing, and once the smoke clears, I realize, oh, I wasn't even taking a setup. Like I'm just I'm just clicking buttons.
Just wanted to be in the moment. Like, all right, man, this looks like a good spot.
Yeah, and I'll just start clicking buttons, and I'm over leveraged, and then it's lights out after that. So, you know, being on now, it's like, so I kind of tilted yesterday, and then now being Friday, I've taken some base hits, and you know, now I'm working on this eval. The fundeds are locked up. No more trades on the fundeds. Don't want to mess it up on a Friday. I don't want to go through the weekend thinking about, you know, especially where I screwed up bad yesterday. I don't want to go into the weekend thinking like, oh, you know, I'll just try to make a little bit more money and then end up losing the accounts, you know? So I'm just protecting what I got. If I'm not afraid to sling a contract or two on, see if I can catch something, but right now I'm in protection mode.
Oh, same here. I've been in protection mode since last Friday because I knew of everything that was, you know, getting ready to happen with this week.
Yeah.
You know, I remember when I first started out trading, I didn't know too much about rollover week or the OPEC Friday or even the options closing. I just did not know much about that. And man, I just got wrecked that whole week, which, you know, I keep seeing that in all my chats. And, you know, I don't know how long these people have been into trading. They don't really share that, but I've just seen a lot of people come across, and I start trying to preaching that to people. Is like, look, man, next week, just try to protect yourself. And even protecting myself this week. So I had 2 accounts about $800 away from $1,000 payouts. Right now, one is still, I got one back to the $800, but the other one's now back to $1,100. So it was a hard week just to not to mess those up. And that's usually the case. It's like, you just got to like try. I just tell myself, just survive this week, get to next week, and it should get better.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I know. I was talking to Methodical Man once. We were talking about you. No, but
that's so sweet of Methodical.
No, but yeah, he was saying like how disciplined, like you actually do trade pretty small and stay pretty disciplined. And I remember you were, I think you were trading in a funded account for months and months.
Oh yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, that's for me, like that is the key, you know.
Going back to that 25K that I'm trading, I went back and looked at my statistics. I did not have one loss all of February and over half of March. I took my very first loss last Thursday. And ever since last Thursday, dude, it has been very rocky. We've had
really?
3 losses in the last week. It's been a loss, a win, another loss, a break even. Now it's like, okay, we just need to stop and come back Friday on this account. So yeah, it was pretty consistent, pretty good for almost a month and a half, going on 2 months.
That's great. So yeah, so how many what size are you trading? Obviously micros probably, right?
Yeah. So with my fundeds, I do a very strict 3 micros on the opening trade. So most of the time we're looking for like 15 points and like a 30, 40 point runner. And that way I make somewhere between that 120 to $200 or $150. So I just tell myself, you know, just making $150 a day, that's $1,000 a month or $1,500 a month on a 25K. You just got to have to stick to it, because you also got to tell yourself, how many times are you really going to take 10 straight losses in a row?
Right.
You're only looking for $150 to it. Now, the hard part about that is trying to enter when you're playing these breakouts in the morning, because you got to think I'm only playing with a 20 to 25 point stop loss. So I will get stopped out more. I would go ahead and just take my stop loss, like, stopped out. There's nothing I can do about it because it hit my 20, 25 points.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, keeping these funded accounts around as long as possible it's good on the mindset too, because when you have to try to pass these evals, over and over and over again, doing the whole hamster wheel stuff. It's exhausting. And, us as traders that trade for a living, we need funded accounts to make money, and but you got to keep those funded accounts around much longer, So
I want to say my last funded that I blew was 2 weeks ago, and I was really annoyed because I think I only needed like $600 for a payout, and
yeah,
I took a bad loss. And what happens after you take a bad loss? Let me up the size a little bit. It was just one of those days, man. I was like, it was middle of the day. Yeah, I was like, let me up the size a little bit, and boof.
Yeah,
it just went.
Yeah, that was me yesterday. It's just no patience, right? It's just the lack of patience on my part.
Yep.
What happened with me is what triggered my kind of tiltiness was I had the MyFundedFutures Flex account, and I had it at payout pretty much. I had it up to about $3,000, and I only needed, if I traded it today, I would have just needed probably another $100, I think, and I would have qualified for the payout for about $1,500. And once I started to slip on that account, then like nothing was safe. Once I slipped on that account, then it was like, I'm on all my accounts, and then it's next thing you know, I'm like, revenge trading my accounts, and it's a recipe for disaster. And I knew it, and that's why today I'm kind of starting over. I'm having to start over and do evals and things like that. I do still have a few funded accounts left, so thankfully for that. But yeah, it sounds like to me, like with your strategy, it'd be great, like if you little plug, but I mean, if you can get some of those rapid accounts and get those daily payouts, and like you said, if you can make $100 a day times 5 rapid accounts, would be pretty awesome daily payouts.
Kind of go back to your revenge trading. How many times, I know I've done this myself, how many times have you gone tilt on a funded account and take it out on a second funded account?
All the time.
Because you're ticked off about that previous funded. You're like, man, screw this. I'm gonna get this on this other funded. The next thing you know, you're out 2 fundeds.
Nothing's safe. When I'm in tilt mode, there's nothing that's safe. I used to give someone my password to my personal account. No, I did. I used to literally took my password to my personal account, and or they changed the password and then they kept it, because there was a moment in my trading career, maybe a few months, where I was struggling real bad, and I'm like, you can't let me touch my personal account. Don't let me touch it.
Like that.
And because it was like investments and things like that, but I could also trade futures on it, and options. So it's like, nothing's safe on those days for me. I've gotten much, much better. It's been, the tilt days are becoming fewer and far between, each session. And the key for me lately is just being able to walk away and go do something else. So just having another hobby, or go to the gym, or going out to lunch and things like that. And that's been the key. It's when I get the most payouts, it's 1 to 3 trades a day, period. If I'm over that, if I'm pushing 20, 10, 20, 30 trades in a day, then I'm probably on tilt. And it's even if I'm green on the day, I didn't do it correctly. I didn't do it. I'll never feel good about that trading day,
See, I think you trade on Tradeovate charts, right? Is that what?
Yeah, I trade on the Tradeovate. Yep.
So I don't know if Ninja has it. I don't know if anybody knows this. Do you know if Ninja has that same setting like on Tradeovate, where you can set a daily loss limit? I don't know if anybody uses that, if they trade on Tradeovate, where you can set up a daily loss limit where if you lose, say, $200 to $300 a day, it locks you out of your accounts.
Yeah, you can actually do it on Tradeovate. You can set the daily loss limit, but here's the kicker: you sign back out and you sign back in, and you can take it off. So You know, you can even do that on a personal account. You know, you could sign back in and sign back, you know, and take it off. So there's no way around it.
Okay.
I mean, it's just, you gotta be sick of losing, right? You gotta be sick of losing. And like, yeah, after yesterday, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I'm so exhausted by, you know, the mental fatigue by the tilt, you know, and it's like, you don't like that feeling. You don't want to have that feeling. Days where you can just kind of come in, you make one trade, catch your 15 points, you know, 20 points, and then be done and walk away, and then have the rest of your day to do whatever. Those are the best days. Like, you don't feel like you have any, besides your, you know, as far as trading goes, you don't have any cortisol building up or anything like that. You just like, oh, I'm going to go to lunch today. I made my money. And, you know, those are the best days. But the days where I'm sitting there all day, and like yesterday, I was there all day, just slinging contracts. And it's just, and it's not even a good time to trade. I mean, you look right now, in my opinion, if you look at the charts, we are barcoding sideways.
Yeah, I know this sucks that the price action's like this. We're about to get like a little 5-minute. We're building like a nice little 5-minute trend line up here. If you know, I know you like watching the 5 minutes. I mean, we keep just making lower highs.
Yeah, it's funny. I just drew that same trend line.
Oh, you did? Nice.
On the chart. Yeah. I mean,
heck yeah.
I'm watching it, and it did provide a nice break. I actually took that break earlier. Off that same, you can see that other bear flag break. Yeah, right through there. Yep. And I actually took that trade earlier, just as I hopped off stream when Mr. Zinc was on. I expected it to go even lower, but it did take out the low, so I was happy with that.
Yeah, same here. I brought that up. I said, I wasn't already in this short here, I would have probably took this breakout on the 5 minutes. But like I said, I was already short from 213 or 313. So, and I thought that was going to give me my 100 points. I was looking for a 100-point Friday. Because, you know, with my micros, I kind of like what you were saying. If you're trading micros, you like to see if you can hold them longer on the runners. Yeah. And that's what I was doing. So I was trying to get the 100-point trade.
Right. And yeah. So do you trade anything else besides NASDAQ? You trading anything else?
Methodical Man has me looking at gold lately.
Yeah.
That one setup with the ledges, like where you're looking for 5 points. Now, I did lose a eval trading gold a few weeks ago because gold, because you know I was in a 1 mini, which is kind of stupid to go in 1 mini on gold.
Yeah.
And I was on a 25K, and basically it just hit it within like 10 seconds. It was one of those like crazy like 25-point gold dumps. And all you can do is like, oh.
Yeah, you know, everyone, you know, a lot of people were complaining that that they lowered the contract size of MyFundedFutures. You guys can still trade gold, silver, and everything like that. So with MyFundedFutures, which is great if you're gold traders, silver traders, you know, down to micros, which is, you know, not a bad thing, because if you're trading minis with gold or silver, especially, and you can make a lot of money, but you can also lose a lot real quick. So unless you're a sniper, it's pretty tricky. So Methodical Man has been trying to get me. I gotta go back and look at that strategy a little more. He was telling me, he's like, dude, you gotta trade this, dude. And I'm like, yeah, I know I should trade it, but
oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's meant for the micro, like you said. The micro looking for 5 and risking the you know, unfortunately the negative RR, but it wins so much. But I haven't got comfortable with it yet. But you know, as I've been watching your stream, I noticed that you've been going from like, you know, the oil. I've never done the oil. I've never done the silver. I watched Methodical Man do the silver, and I noticed that silver will just take your lunch. Like the amount of money that it just takes to trade silver is insane to me.
Yeah. Oil is the new kid in town, the new cool kid in town. So, you know, we've been trading. When I started trading futures in 2021, there was a lot of people trading oil. There was tons, and then you really didn't hear about it. You know, a lot of people weren't trading NQ, especially on YouTube. There wasn't as many people on YouTube at the time either, but the people you did find were usually trading oil or ES. You didn't see many people trading NASDAQ. So we've been trading a little bit of oil lately, and just looking for the basic setups, just the inside bar breaks, things like that. Just not anything fancy, but just trying to get little scalps off that, especially during Asia. It's been working pretty well. The Globex session, little scalps, things like that.
So,
Cartoon. Oh, sorry, ask.
Oh, I was going to ask you a question about the oil. So when you're trading those different like the silver, the gold, and all those, are you still just following the same setups? Is that, or is it like a completely different market where a setup on the NQ doesn't apply to the same setup you would look for, say, in your gold or not? I know gold is a little weird, but as far as your oil, where the volatility has been, pretty insane lately.
So for oil, yeah. So that's a good question. So for oil and gold, I pretty much just look for outside bars and inside bars. I don't really use the purple harami candles that I have on there. And then NASDAQ, I'll trade them all on NASDAQ because they all can work at some points. And the funny thing is with YM, I actually don't trade inside bars really on YM at all. I actually just trade the haramis. So, and that just came from observation where it was just like, well, the haramis are working really good with YM, you take this YM trade here, from the open and on the harami, and they just work much better than the inside bars tend to. So yeah, it's just through observation. And gold and silver, it's usually inside bars, and then with oil, it's been inside bars that we've been looking at. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying on my stream the other day where I was like, well, looking at the like the gold, I think the oil, I would just, I would take off the haramis and I would just look at the inside bars, things like that. The thing is like, you only need to catch one nice trade, like we were saying earlier, and be done for the day. Take your base hit and walk, the singles and doubles. And so yeah, just looking for that one trade.
How heavy do you go in on those trades? Are you just mainly just going in like one micro or something? Like how many points is one oil micro worth? Like where I trade on the MQ, so it's looking at $2, and with gold it's $10. Silver, I'm not sure about, or the oil, I'm not sure about how much one micro contract's worth.
Yeah, so with oil, I've been trading. On my evals, I tend to trade the minis. I'll just be fully transparent with that.
Yeah,
I'll trade like one mini, but oftentimes when you have the break of the inside bar with oil, it's you get that momentum, so you're not really getting you're not really taking much heat. It's the momentum play. So I will chop in on funded. Yeah, I mean, just I would probably size down to the micros. Now with NASDAQ, what I found was like I think you said it earlier that you were trading about three MNQs. I find that to be the sweet spot. 3 MNQs on my funded accounts, especially if I'm copy trading. And, I don't tend to get as in much trouble with that. And then you also can make, especially during the New York Open, you can make a quick chunk. And if you take like 1-2 trades and they're both nice trades, next thing you're up like 150, $200. And if I decide to push it and I'm in another trade with the 3 micros, I'm up $300-400.
Yes.
Just the 3 micros, just scalping. So you don't really need the minis.
So something that I like to do with the micros, what you were talking about, that just 3 or 4, I like to hit that quick 10 or 15 points. That way I can still have a negative drawdown. Like, I can risk that break even trade and negative drawdown. That way it gives it a little bit more room to move up and down. That way, if it even pulls back 15, 20 points, I've already made that quick $50-60 to withstand that pullback.
Yeah.
So I do that quite a bit also.
So yeah, because where you trade off the 5-minute chart, like myself, for the most part, it's really hard to be like a sniper with those
Yes.
entries. You know, you take someone that trades off the 1 minute chart, they can be a little more precise on their entries if they get really good at that. And they can have a 10, 15 point stop and be pretty consistent with it. For me, I've always found like, well, sometimes my stop's going to be 50 points away just for it to work. Like, you know, if I have a big outside bar, an inside bar, you know, during New York, it could be 50 points away. And you'll see someone like Tom Hugard, trader Tom Hugard, the GOAT back there in that book. Like, you'll see someone like him trade, and he doesn't have a 10 point stop. Like he trades with size, but he'll have a 50, 60 point stop, even with YM or NASDAQ, because like that's just the natural flow of the market. You could be right about the direction, but if you have a tight stop, it could take you out and keep going the direction that you think, you know. But look, I mean, this price action right now is just gross.
It's hard. Another thing I share with anybody that, you know, because, you know, every time someone comes to my lobby, they're always like, what time frame? What time frame? What time frame?
Yeah.
I'm always like, hey, we're trading on the 5 minutes, but please do not buy 5 minute breakout candles. Anybody that trades 5 minute candles know what happens when you buy 5 minute breakout candles. You'll be about 3/4 into that 5 minute candle.
Yeah.
You know, you have like a 50 point pullback. I mean, look at these nasty wicks on these 5 minute candles. That's what helped me be the most patient. So if I miss the 5 minute candle, I'm just going to sit there and wait on the second 5 minute candle.
Yeah.
And, you know, some people find it weird that I pull fib on these big 5 minute candles, because they're like, why are you pulling fib on a 5 minute candle? Because what I do is, like, if it's going to stay bullish or bearish, as long as it usually doesn't go over that 20 to 40% pullback of that previous 5 minute candle, more likely it's going to continue in the direction that it's going in. I don't know if you've ever looked at that before with the Fibonacci and the 5 minute candles.
Yeah, I've never pulled fibs. I mean, I do have fib up on here, but I usually look, it's just like for 50%. So okay. I never done the whole fib thing. Yeah. Okay. I know a lot of people are successful doing fibs, especially with gold. I've seen some traders be pretty successful doing the fib stuff with gold lately. But yeah, I've never done the whole fib thing. I have been experimenting with a little indicator. It's the fair value gap indicator on Trade-of-8, and it's called Dene fair value gap.
Is that a free indicator? Like,
it's free.
Okay, and I'll have to get the name of that and check that out this weekend.
Literally, like 2 nights ago, I was showing someone on how to throw on an indicator on Trade-of-8, you know, and someone said, "Oh, look at that indicator! Like, throw that on." So I threw it on, and I happened to be on a 2 minute chart on NQ, and
it's like the spark started going off, like I
was like, wow, like, these are working really, really well for little scalps, like 10, 15 points. And this morning they were just like you said, just firing off. You can't see the lines now, but they, you know, there was a line down here at the 80 level, and from a fair value gap on a 2 minute from way back here at 5 a.m. or 5:32 a.m. or to be exact, and it literally just came down. And of course the 80s 20s whole numbers, they like to bounce anyway, so it just all lined right up and came right down to the tick and then just bounced. And it's just, I was like, wow, you know, maybe this is something. So I've been practicing with that at night, just looking for little scalps, because like I said, if I can get in and out of a trade in the morning and be done for the rest of the day, I am all for it. Like 1 to 3 trades a day, knock out my funded accounts, be done, make $200-300. You do that over the course of 2-3 weeks. Next thing you know, you're at another payout. So, you know, that's what I'm really trying to do, because less trading is much better, in my opinion.
That's sometimes the downfall of streaming is over trading. You find yourself over trading a lot. Yes. And I used to try to give myself a cutoff time, but I would still not follow that rule. And I would be, because the more you sit in front of these charts, you're like, oh, that kind of looks like a setup. I think I can jump in.
Yeah. Yeah. The whole decision fatigue. Really set in.
So it's kind of like now I'm doing the same thing now. It's like, maybe if we get above that previous day low,
Exactly.
we can move up to this next pivot.
So
I have to say that's another thing that I've been trading in between. Is I've been trading a lot in between the Fibonacci pivots. That's kind of what the gold lines that you probably saw on my charts earlier.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. It's that decision fatigue, right? And if you start looking for trades, that's probably not a good thing. Like if you're saying, like maybe if we do this, maybe we do that. When we kind of know, like, the best trades just come to you, like they just appear, like, oof. It's like one of those things where I don't know how to explain it, but it's like you see this setup and you can't wait to like sign into your account. Like you just like, oh, I got to sign in and trade this. Like this is money. Like, and those don't happen all the time, but those are usually the best trades, you know, the ones you feel the most confident about. But like when you're sitting on the screens all day, it's kind of like, okay, well, maybe we do this, maybe we do that. But like right now, it's just this nasty, choppy price action, in my opinion. We're just going up and to the right, but it's like a slow grind, and there's really no real move. It's like I feel like the market's just waiting to have a headline or something to just like.
I wasn't sure about I'm not sure if you know much about the options. Like, when do options close on Friday? Is that something that it expires tonight at midnight, or is that kind of like a middle of the day thing? You know, there's so many people that constantly bring up options, but I have very little experience with options. The only options that I've ever done was selling calls, where basically you were just making money off premiums.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of how I trade options too.
Okay.
So I just do the spreads. I just trade the spreads and collect the premiums. Yep. I'm not very much, but maybe someone in the chat knows. At market close, Bushido says. Nice.
Oh, at market close. Okay. I was curious about that. I didn't know, maybe right at the end of the day, we would just get some kind of like Hulk smash big candle to the top side, or, you know, red rocket down to the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, right now we are pushing back up. We are, if you take a look at the initial balance here, we did sweep that low of that initial balance, and we are right back in the range. So we're pushing back into that range now. So really not too much to do. Obviously, if we do see something, guys, we will sling that contract. But I think we're doing a lot of gabbing, but I think we're playing it safe and keeping people out of the market too, which this could be a little bit dangerous. If you're green, then you should try to stay green for the rest of the Friday. If you're red, very difficult to try to make it back, and just know that like it's okay to walk away on a red day and come back on Sunday night or Monday, and next thing you know, you'll cut that loss in half or something. That's one of the things I like to do if I do have a red day, or if I don't try to get it back in one trade. Or if I take a red trade and then I take another trade, it's like I try to cut it in half. You know, I don't always try to get it all back in one trade, you know. I don't know if you do that or
no.
What? No.
Nope. Because that gets me in trouble.
It gets you in trouble. See, Husk is way more disciplined. We are pushing back up. Maybe headed back to test that VWAP. 24,400 is where I got my VWAP.
I'm kind of liking the push up into, if you're on the 5 minutes, if you look at that swing up at 380, I mean, that's kind of where I see us going. But I was hoping for a new 5 minute candle that would kind of push back into maybe this wick. I can look for like maybe like a 10-point scalp.
Yeah.
Where you want to see it push above 50, then wick back into either this wick or even these two wicks right there at the previous day close. Then look for the 380s.
Yeah, gold. Oil is pushing down and gold is pushing up. So this has been the theme lately. I talked about it earlier, but where a few months ago, gold would be pushing up and NASDAQ would be pushing down. Now it's gold and silver are moving with NASDAQ and oil is moving opposite. So when oil starts pushing up, NASDAQ and gold tend to be pushing down. So it's definitely a change in the market.
So there's your retest of the the previous day low at 25. See, I also like to trade in between hold numbers too. So like how we hit the 50, we're pushing back down to the 25. And a lot of times we hit the 25, we'll come back through the 50, go to the 75, 75 back down to 50, then from 50 up to 100.
Interesting.
For anybody that likes to trade hold numbers. And I like to trade in between hold numbers. So like if it broke the 50 here, I would look for like a quick 10 points up to the 75 is what I would like to possible take here.
Nice. If you guys got any questions in the chat, feel free to ask. Feel free to ask. Need to watch more Husks to get disciplined too. Yeah, Bishik just threw in a link to Husk's socials and my own socials. So yeah, give Husk a follow. He streams too. He has his own YouTube channel. Absolutely.
Do you stream the early morning New York sessions very often or no? I always see your evenings, but
no, I don't at all. I did this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what came across me this why I did this morning, but yeah, I usually don't. I hopped on this morning, I think just to get warmed up to do a little marathon here. So a bunch of different little streams, but yeah, I usually don't, just at night.
I can definitely see the difference from whenever I trade New York in the evenings, like what you're doing. Yeah. Like just huge difference between the community. Like it's like my channel gets pushed a little bit more in the evenings.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many people on in the mornings that I don't bother. You know, you got just so much competition that I'm just like, I'm good. So that was part of the reason why when I joined MyFundedFutures TV to do my little segment, my 30-minute segment, was to kind of get some exposure for the morning and to just, you know, not having to trade the whole morning, because I do like to trade my own accounts and make some money trading and like trying to trade and stream. I mean, you know, it's like trying to trade and stream. You're multitasking like crazy. You're trying to read the chat. You got, you know, things going on, and you get all this, you know, software going, and it's distracting. So, you know, to be 100% focused on the charts and to make some trades off stream, you know, I get a kick out of sometimes people will be like, well, you know, they'll ask me like, do you trade off stream? I'm like, yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, because sometimes I have 3 chats going. So when I'm streaming, I have 3 chats that I'm trying to like look at.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it can be pretty distracting sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I love it. I love what, you know, what I do.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, when it comes to streaming and trading and all this stuff. And I mean, I feel so lucky and blessed that I can do this. It's awesome. But yeah, it's a distraction, you know, because you think about like, you know, when you don't have the chat going on, or you don't have a stream or whatever, and you're looking at the charts, it feels so freeing in a way sometimes. But
dude, is this going to be the 5-minute breakout? Was that just to run some stop orders?
Well, I mean,
man,
yeah, I don't know. I feel like this might.
I thought we were going to get the push up. I was actually anticipating a push up back above 50. I was going to smash the long and just looking for us to run either into those 80s or low 90s. But man, now it's kind of like we done just pulled back way too far.
Yeah, that's looking like a pretty big rejection. I'm trying to figure out. I'm actually gonna hop in on a long here, just to test just to see if we.
The only way I like.
I'm basically just following the pattern. You know, I'm just trying to follow the pattern. If we're gonna continue this little slow grind up, like this making higher low, I'm just gonna keep a tight stop just below that 300, and let's just see if we can get a little pop back up. I mean, just for the stream, but yeah, we put in that 5-minute inside bar.
Oh yeah, we did get. Now, do you take all those 5-minute inside bars? No. When I was doing the 5-minute inside bar, I would only take the very first one at their open. I wouldn't mess it with all the others. At least I never did.
No, I don't. Especially in the afternoon when it starts to get a little choppy and sideways, it's definitely like something that I don't want to do is start taking those inside bars. I'm actually going to tighten up my stop. So I'm tightening up my stop. There we go. There's a little push there.
Yeah, I like the push here. I was looking for something
10.
above 350s a while ago.
Just one micro. You know, I'm not looking to get crazy. We're already up a little bit on this account, but there we go. Maybe we take out that high. If we can take out the inside bar to the upside, I think we do break that. But we'll see. 10 points there. Little scalpy scalp. See, this is the problem, huh? See, I sit here too long on the screens and then I start throwing around contracts.
Start slinging the rock. I do the same thing.
You always see, you're like, oh, maybe if I just go with this pattern, but
oh no, I do it.
Yeah, but we're not risking much. We're risking $20. So
that's the key. If you can take a lot of these little over trades and just catch those big moves here and there without risking a whole bunch, that's the key. It's just not to over leverage and just put your stop loss where it needs to be. It's like, all right, man, if it breaks this level, we're done.
Yeah, and if we break this inside bar, perhaps we actually do push up into that VWAP, and this could actually be a pretty good sized trade. There's 20 points right there. Getting a little greedy. But I'm gonna trail my stop now. Break even, risk off. See if we get that push up through that 340s, 350s, like Husk was talking about. All right.
I want to see the 380s get hit.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of thinking. So I'm like trailing my stop. This is really not like a set take profit. It's just because I have a bracket on. So we're up to the 340s now. I'd like to see a little more of a squeeze.
A lot of times when it gets choppy like this, I like to trade off Rico candles. This way I don't have to look at all the wicks. It helps me.
Right.
Yeah.
PTSD, pine tree slinging dong. Oh no. What's up, Mr. Smith in the house?
My stop loss is probably gonna be around that 24 area. Not mean the previous day low. You don't want it back to the previous day low.
See if we can get up through there. So we're rejecting off that inside bar high.
Dude, there is nothing worse when you take those inside bars and you think, oh, we just broke it. Then next thing you knew, it's going to go now like 100 points on the opposite side.
Yeah. So that is one of my flip the switch strategies. Where if you put in that outside bar, that can put in a pretty big reversal. And as long as you have enough bullets where, you don't get smoked on the inside bar stop out, if you can flip the switch on the outside bar after the inside bar, it can really you can really get some momentum off it, because basically you trapped whoever tried to take the break of that inside bar. So like in this case, like if people might have tried to go long at the high of this inside bar, and if it comes way down here back down to 310, puts in the big pink outside bar, then I would look to take the short, and then maybe we get that continuation back down towards the low. So we'll see though.
My line in the sand is going to be the previous day low.
Yep.
So,
well, so far we had a nice push up, 30 points, and right now it's flirting with my break even. Hopefully we get that continuation. Maybe I put my stop a little bit too tight. No, there it goes. It's starting to go. I'm thinking about just keeping I'm not even going to put my stop at take break even. I'm just going to risk that 310. And
that's what I got too.
Just because I don't want to get wicked out of this and then have it go. So if it comes back down and kind of breaks this structure, then we're out. But we're looking for a little intraday swing, maybe get that continuation. Hopefully
What
we
scares
hold
me-
here.
What scares me is we built up this huge 5-minute trend line and we did not break to the downside.
Yeah.
It's like anybody that watches the 5 minutes, man, you know this thing is just on the verge, just dumping 100 points to the downside.
Yep. Yeah, it's like that. We're getting that zombie crawl. It's the zombie crawl to the upside. There's not like any momentum to it really. It's just these are probably weak buyers, just weak buyers pushing this up. But maybe we get that move. Who knows, right? CL at the high of the day. Oh wow. Let's take a look at CL here. Oh yeah, CL pushing up. Yeah, oil's pushing up. That's probably not good for our trade.
Oh, that's right. Someone brought that up to me where oil, oh shoot, we're about to get stopped. Where oil pretty much does the opposite on the NQ. And see, I wasn't aware of that either. If oil is basically going up, the NQ is going down and vice versa. I guess I didn't know that those two kind of correlated like that until a couple days ago.
Yeah, lately, just because of the headlines, I guess. I mean, it makes sense because I mean, if oil goes up, gas prices, heating oil, everything goes up. It's not really great for the economy, No. I'm not an economist or anything, but I know if you're paying more for, and it's not just oil affects a lot of other things too. Goods, with the trucking and I know like building supplies, things like that. Oil really affects that stuff. So come on, get up there.
I know. I didn't really want to see us back below that previous day low at the 24, 25s. We're up quite a bit in this account that we're up, I think $500 or $600 because we went in heavy on that one short from earlier.
Nice. All right. Well, it's starting to hold that low. Hopefully we don't just put it in the idiot box. I just chop sideways now here at 330s.
Yeah, but methodical. Go ahead.
Yeah, Methodical Man, Tom Sabo, they all talk about the idiot box.
He told me I had to get permission from Tom Sabo, written commission. He's like, man, you got to get written permission to call it the Tom Sabo box.
Oh, we're popping back up here. That's a nice reaction off that low. Swept that previous bar, so that's a pretty nice bullish reaction. The target here, I'm just kind of thinking we might test that VWAP, the 380s in that zone. But the plan is if we break that 350s and start to push, my game plan is to trail my stop. So that's the game plan. People often ask, like, how do I deal with intraday trailing? That's how I do it. I trail the stop. I'm not going to let it go, 100 something points, and then have it come back against me. You gotta kind of try to take profit, Come on.
That's what happens to me sometimes. I'll be up like 50, 60, 70 points. And I was like, man, that target I want is right there. Then it'll come back and like hit me for a break even. Then you almost lose everything on the whole trade. Oh, that's so annoying. I've done that so many times. Then when you do follow it, you get like 20, 30, 40 points. Then it ends up going 200 points. And you're like, man, I should have just left my stop loss where it was at. It went. So it's kind of like that battle in your head about where it's going to go. That's what happened to me this morning. Same scenario. I was short from 313 looking for 213. I was up 60, 70 points in that trade. And I ended up getting stopped out for break even.
Oh,
yeah, whatever that nasty wick was here about 1120. I got burnt on that freaking 1120 wick. So because there were some guys in the lobby talking about us going to 400, so I was like, man, I had that 400 in the back of my mind. I got, how it is. You read the chat. Sometimes the chat will get you if you listen.
Oh yeah,
so that's kind of what happened this morning.
Yeah, on my theme song on my channel, it says, the chat's yelling long. I mute that noise.
That's pretty good.
Because you'll see someone like, and usually it's when you're red. So when you're when you're red in the trade on stream, like all the people come out and say, I told you. I told you. But here we go. We're up pretty good on this trade right now. Well, 30 points. We have an outside bar. We're breaking it too, so this is good. So I'm gonna tighten the stop just below this outside bar, so just taking off a little more risk.
My first target's 53. We just hit our first target.
Oh, nice. There we go. Come on, keep a little more. We get a little expansion above this.
I waited on this one because remember I said I didn't care to long unless we were going to, if I feel like we were going to break that previous inside bar. So I kind of waited for us to break that first big red candle. And I got long at the 40s, right above that previous day low.
Nice. Yeah. So like you said, like I would like at this point, if I was in multiple contracts, I would have took one off.
Yeah, I entered.
Like, I would have took one off here. So we'll sling some contracts here. Let's get that push back up.
We went in 5 to 4 off at 10, and now we're left with the runner.
I do want to front run that 80s though.
Yeah, we got that huge. We got 3 big 5-minute candles to the downside, sitting at 78. So just be aware of that area there.
Yep. So we got some winners in the chat. I guess we got some winners.
Nice.
Congratulations to your winners. Guys, we're giving away accounts like crazy. And make sure you follow our socials on MyFundedFutures, TikTok, Instagram, Reddit, all that good stuff. They're giving away some Easter eggs. So some Easter eggs, little codes, giveaways, things like that. So maybe some discounts and whatnot. So make sure you guys follow MyFundedFutures on all the socials.
And for the very best discount code, use YouTube.
Yes. Code YouTube.
Code YouTube.
Pick up some of these rapid accounts. Get those daily payouts. You guys know I love my daily payouts. So
that is something I've always wanted. An account.
Oh yeah. It's daily payouts, especially because like I know like you've done a lot of gig work like myself.
Oh yeah.
Gig work, and you can get those daily payouts. You quickly realize, well, I just made 150, 200 bucks times 3 accounts or whatever. And, you know, you don't have to go do that gig work.
I still keep my side just out of habit,
Yeah. I'm pretty much done doing it at the moment. Thankfully, my brother's doing it. My brother's still doing, he's doing the Walmart Spark. He loves it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard some people make pretty good money at that.
Yeah. It does the Walmart Spark.
So I did move my take profit farther up. I was going to see, do we get through the 80s? But like I said, man, I still feel like we could just dump back through this 5-minute trend line. This may be one. Do you remember what was it like 2 days ago that we had like a 300-point like death candle at the 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock? I'm wondering if that's what they're going to do. Just grind it up. And the time those options close, when the market closed in that last hour, it's just going to be a free fall.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing. I moved my stop up to 331, so I moved it up into profit, 10, 11 points. I really want some continuation. I expected a little more expansion off this outside bar. Hopefully we can get it without getting wicked out here. We got about 6 minutes left in the stream. And so if you guys got any questions for us before the old rocket scooter Matt comes on, then please feel free to ask in the chat. We'd love to hear from you guys. And we're pretty, I can't speak for Husk, but we're pretty much open books. So,
oh yeah, we share pretty much everything on stream.
I mean,
as far as trading goes,
he's related to Methodical Man, so we know he's got a dark side. We know he's got a dark side. How you guys doing? You guys doing anything in the chat? You guys in any trades? Are you green? Are you red? Are you walking away? Are you sitting on your hands? Curious. What's up, Coach Fred? Coach Fred in the house.
Oh,
Coach Fred just got a daily payout.
Nice, Coach Fred.
All
I've
right,
seen Coach Fred around for a while.
Yeah, Coach. All right, stopped out there. Not bad. 11 points. I was expected to go a little bit more off the outside bar for expansion, but it's just that zombie crawl. So
Someone was asking what if the rapid with the trailing drawdown 65 or end of day 90. I don't know if that was a question.
What if rapid trailing drawdown 65 to end of day 97? Oh, they're just like trying to. I think they're. So it's end of day. So the rapid accounts are end of day during the eval, and then trailing drawdown for the funded stage.
Then it says, is there still a flex eval account giveaway? I think they already did the giveaways, Tom, but they are giving away on their social media accounts for like Easter egg or scavenging hunts on their social media. So you want to follow Riddick, the X, Instagram, YouTube. Oh shoot, my runner got stopped out.
Yeah.
So they're doing giveaways on their social media sites.
So good stop out there by the both of us. Took a little profit, expected a little more expansion off this outside bar, but we really didn't get it. And right now it's trying to pull back down. So kind of like how you were saying earlier, it's like, where you're getting that grind up and you kind of expect like the rug's going to get pulled, right? And I think that might be the case right now. Like we could get that rug pull because I'm just seeing that 200 level, that 220 to 200 level that could get run. So this is like that afternoon pullback that they call, and then perhaps a push back down, but we'll see. Guys, do me a favor, smash that like button.
Now, I would even usually take this short here after the next 5-minute candle prints where you're printing under this trend line. We're also about to print under a pivot. And I would drop the hammer on this.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, drop the hammer. Perhaps put a stop up above 335. Maybe that swing high if you can handle it at 363, and then let it rip and see what happens. I mean, it could go.
Yeah, you would want to me, for myself to take this, I'd prefer to see kind of close below the 300s where, it's kind of bouncing off the whole number.
Yeah, let's take a look at oil real quick before we leave. Yeah, oil coming off its high, but just made a new session high. So once again, oil pushing higher, 97.43. The gold, yeah, it's just kind of following NASDAQ. It's starting to pull back here a little bit of the gold. So we'll see. You guys think we're going to take out the low or what? Once again, or you think the low is in for the day? What do you guys
I'm thinking they're going to wait
till
close.
Yeah. Well, that's that triple witching stuff. I know we have Rocket Scooter Matt coming on here in about 2 minutes, and he knows a lot about options. So he's kind of that's kind of his thing. So maybe he'll have some more insight when it comes to the expirations and all that good stuff. Another team member on MyFundedFutures team that's kind of a expert on options that doesn't really talk about is Terry Trades 100. She's very good with options.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's kind of her hidden talents, hidden secret. So she's actually really, really good at options. So anyways, guys, we got 1 minute left. I want to thank Husk. It was nice meeting you, Husk. We kind of know each other, but we've never really talked.
Yep. I've known Pine for at least over 2 years, about since I began, started streaming. Pine's around. So
So I used to ask Husk and Methodical about equipment and everything else, and I didn't even know. I remember asking Husk, what camera should I get? What microphone do you guys use? And I would ask Myth and Husk about that. So pretty awesome to be able to hang out and stream with you today. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was a good time today. Appreciate it.
Yeah, hopefully we get to meet in the future, and we'll all have lunch together or something. So
oh yeah, that sounds great. Well, thank you guys for having us today. It was a good time. Sorry the price action was super choppy, so maybe better luck starting Monday.
Yeah. All right, guys, we have Rocket Scooter Matt in the house. So see you guys later. Have a good weekend. I'll see you next week. Peace.
Thank you, guys.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the vibe.
What's up, guys? I was jamming out to the sounds here. Love it. Thank you, Rockets in chat. Y'all are so sweet. Thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the welcomes. Glad to be here as always. Boy, I got a lot to talk about today. What a crazy day! What a crazy market. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna tweet this out. Get some more people to come in here into the show. Join me live for lunch money with Matt on MyFundedTV. You guys having a fun, safe trading day? I was contemplating pulling the plug on a short there a second ago. I just talked myself out of it. I'm up almost 40K today. Hold on. Market is dead. Yep. Okay. So first and foremost, if you guys missed the announcement, I have to talk about a couple of days just so everybody catches up. I withdrew cash finally after FOMC. I took a withdrawal from the million challenge account. I didn't take a loss. The account was actually close to highs. Ever since the flowers story, I told you all the flowers story, right? Where Trump's commentary made the market jump 200 points in the moments I was disappearing to go answer the door on a delivery. That scared me to this environment. And anything can happen to lose a whole lot. And I've kind of held in long enough in this challenge to begin with. The goal was to take 100,000 to $1 million. If I dip below 100,000, I could put more money back in. If I went above 100,000, I floated on the buffer to go. Normally when I trade, I like to double the size of my account and then take half of it out. I'm always taking money out of the account to put on the sidelines so that you can't risk losing it on some weird one-off thing. And this time I was like, let me just 10x instead of 2x. And I got to 5x and I'm finally done with it. I mean, I've fought this market since December in this challenge. I mean, it's been crazy. The fact that I could 5x in this environment, I think I've done pretty okay, but I've also been pretty lucky to not blow the whole thing up because this market is insane. This is the hardest trading it's ever been for me in recent memory. This is tough. And so once I got to that point, I'm like, when Fed came out and confirmed what we said, remember, and I told you guys, I'll talk about it in a second, we confirmed that the Fed was going to prove that this market is toast. Immediately when Fed confirmed my suspicions, that day I made like 50K. Remember, I was here. I made like 50K that day. I posted on my Discord. I'm like, I'm done. I took out everything, but I tried to keep 200,000 in the account. I took everything back out, and now I'm going from 200,000. So yesterday and today from 200,000, I'm back to 280. So I've continued to grow after the withdrawal. So I'm now almost up at 300 again, which is kind of nice. So I'm a little bit over the 500K mark as far as P&L goes, and I can make 500 from here and keep going. But that's announcement number one. So I'm simplifying. Another one. So I'm doing that. So another thing is to simplify. Wait, somebody, you're not blocked on our channel, are you? You shouldn't be. Another thing I'm doing to simplify my life is that somebody says, can I verify any of this? I can just, I'm going to post a 1099 at the end of the year. That's as verified as you get. And somebody said Kimfo. I wouldn't support Kimfo if I were you guys. They promote penny stock pump and dumpers on their Twitter all day long. And I've had people say, go report on Kimfo. All they do is market scammers. So I don't want to be associated with a group like that. Seriously, anybody that's got a Discord or Telegram community talking about penny stocks that's on their leaderboard, that's pump and dump. And I don't want to be associated with that at all. Do I leverage AI in your businesses? I do. Yeah, I use AI all the time. I have AI designing the layout for a fitness studio that I'm doing right now. So you can't verify anything. Do you know what a 1099 is? Have you heard of that before? I swear, man. $10.99. Have you heard of this thing? You ever made a $1 trading, $1 in props? You get a 1099 at the end of the year. Verifies it's from your broker. It's got a broker statement. A lot of people here haven't ever traded one, but yeah. If you ever get a payout, you'll get something called a 1099. Yeah, have you ever made money before?
Yeah, I'll be nice to them. Yeah, but like I'll post that plus the full broker statement end of the year. I always will commit to showing that. The next thing that you're going to notice is that usually when I come on stream, I've got a screenshot of a bunch of prop P&Ls, right? So and again, let me just make a quick announcement about that. I'm 100% supporting the prop industry. I'm 100% behind MyFundedFutures. I love my experience, MyFundedFutures. When you're a real trader that trades real money like myself, props are just kind of like a side hobby. They're not really like a massive source of income. It's just a lot of extra upkeep. And so this year, I've been feeling like extra stressed out and fatigued. I went to the doctor. Remember, I wasn't here one day because I went to the doctor. The doctor was actually is mental health that we were talking about. I'm starting to get fatigued because I'm doing so much. This year, I'm opening a fitness studio, a tea and matcha shop, an escape room. I'm building a prop ranking website that scores props based on the offerings they have. So I'm hiring new people with that. I'm releasing rocket scooter tools on NinjaTrader, wealth charts, Go charting. We're doing the dynamic model here, the backtest model here, historic hedge pressure. I'm a busy boy. Busy. So I have to cut some things from my diet to sort of just give me some free time and one less thing to stress out about. So as of earlier this week, I am no longer trading any prop accounts at all. With the exception of maybe for an event or something, I might trade a MyFundedFutures or something. But I'm no longer, because people ask, like, where's that screenshot you usually have? I went ahead and took all my final payouts, and then I just finished up that, and then I'm no longer opening up the prop accounts. It's just 9 extra things I'm having to manage, and I don't really have the capacity to do so much anymore. I'm starting to get fatigued. So they were like, what is the thing that you're doing that you can kind of trim immediately? And I'm like, well, I don't really need to be trading the prop accounts. I'm just doing it for extra fun, extra money, and extra education and all that. And they're like, well, that's part of it. So I'm no longer trading any prop accounts anymore. They were with other companies though that I was trading before I got on the show, and it was a good run. And I made a very significant amount of money from the prop space in the year or so I was doing it, at least $1 million, which was kind of cool. After taxes, probably made a little less than that, but not a bad run. But I'm no longer. I'm 44. How old I am. And so that's another change you're going to see. So right now, that was my 2 efforts. It's like, hey, let me lower my stress a little bit. This challenge is just stressful because of like the publicity, not because of the money. So I'm like, let me take the risk out, and then I'm gonna stop trading props just altogether. Focus on one thing, get over with it, and go with it. But ever since the flowers incident, this market has scared me into thinking I'm one tweet away from every heckling influencer making fun of me for being a horrible trader because I blinked at the wrong time and a Trump tweet erased a month's of work. So I'm like, let me lock it in. I've locked in enough to where I can secure I've actually made a profit, even if I blow up what's here. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, I'm opening an escape room. Somebody said it should include a room with a computer that has a trade in it that's in crazy drawdown, and you have an hour to get out of the drawdown. Plot twist, it's connected to my real trading account. You have 1 hour to get me out of this drawdown and make me some money, or else you're not allowed to leave. Well, that's pretty funny. All right, so just to reiterate what we said yesterday about the FOMC, remember, do you guys think I prepped you for FOMC? I asked this on my channel this morning. Would you guys say that I did a good job prepping for FOMC? Like teaching you what was going to happen, showing you what was important, even predicting what was going to happen, and taught you guys how to think? Was that helpful? When I said in December, they were very optimistic about the economy, but yet companies are beating earnings, and we're like, that doesn't make sense if they're absorbing the cost. They're certainly passing it on. Inflation's certain to go up. It turns out March projections came out and the Fed acknowledged that inflation was going to go up, and Powell backpedaled a little bit and said, oh, well, tariffs are a one-time thing, so it's just temporary. It's not going to affect the longer-term goal. Those 2 comments together did 2 things. Number one, the longer-term inflation goal is still coming down, so gold has collapsed because gold is a hedge against inflation. So ever since they said tariffs are a one-time thing, inflation is going to still come down, gold collapsed on that news, right? Number 2, is that inflation is a short-term thing due to tariffs. Acknowledge the uncertainty due to the tariffs. The uncertainty that we would be passing that cost on to consumers, which companies were doing. And therefore, inflation is continuing to go up because of that, acknowledging that they missed the mark, the stock market's going to sell off. And whenever that dot plot came out that showed more Fed members are moving towards a less rate cut stance than there are ones that believed in. Let me just show it to you before I just draw it with my hands in the midair here. I got it somewhere. Here. This thing. So if you were to compare both dot plots, this is just a temporary thing. This is where all the members are voting on where the policy is going to be, right? You can see that for 2026, you had a lot of people thinking like, we need to go 3, we need to go 2.5, we need to go to 2. And almost all of these people are up here now thinking that we're exactly where we need to be. You see how it flattened out? All of those people down here have moved up here. And a few people up here have moved down, but the general consensus is there's more people that were bigger on the we need more rate cut side that are no longer thinking that for this year. That shift is certainly proving that if you have everybody in the room, there are more, if you asked them last quarter, there are more people like, we need to go lower faster. And that voice is more like, we're kind of cool where we are now. And that acknowledgement is as a second bearish thing, at least for the Fed acknowledging that the economic data is not that good. They also came through and was like, we're saying, yeah, you know, we have seen the PCE going up and certainly oil prices are reflected in that, blah, blah, blah. Because core is excluding food and energy, right? So PCE will pick up some, you know, changes due to, but in reality, you know, the reality is that tariffs are now finally starting to be seen. And Wall Street has been effectively guessing that right since December. That's why the market's where we are. And that's why I think this expiration is very important, because this is witching day. And technically speaking, it's still called triple witching. The CME group doesn't bring out single stock futures again until I think the summer. So quad witching was a thing until 2021. Now it's triple. Then we'll be back to quad again. Kind of nice. It'd be kind of fun to trade single stock futures. I never had the opportunity to do so. But the CME group hosting it, which probably means you'll be available on your Ninja Traders and whatever else. Imagine the prop firm, you can trade in, and maybe you can trade NVIDIA futures if they've got it. So that'd be kind of fun down the road, but we'll see. But that'll be nice to finally trade equities products without paying equities taxes. I'd love to get me some 60-40 roll on some Mag 7, you know what I'm saying? But hey, good stuff. But yeah, so now we're sitting in a weird spot of, I just think the market's going down. I've been shorting and shorting and shorting and shorting. I made 40K off of the shorting today. And I keep wanting to short this. There's a catalyst line, as you know, right here at this 266 level on NASDAQ. The market's just finding no bid. It's accepted its fate. And I think we're going lower. As a matter of fact, I think next month we're going lower. And somebody asked me, how long do you think we're going to sell off for? When are we going to get a bull catalyst that's going to turn this market bullish? And I'm going to tell you something. There's nothing that's going to turn this market bullish anytime soon. Nothing. We have hit highs for the year. And it might not be, at best case scenario, it'll take all year to get back to there. I have fully subscribed to the thought, again, leading into the Fed. I was already telling you guys this market is toast. The Fed is just going to confirm my suspicion. We're going to turn into, we're going to turn to a situation like this. It's very obvious that it's looking like it's going to happen. And I think next month we're down to the 23. I think that immediately next week we are continuing to sell into the new month. And I don't think we're going to turn around and be bullish until we get the next thing that confirms the economy's good. We're going to have to go GDP to GDP. We're going to have to go CPI to CPI. But I think we're going to have to really see earnings to get the complete picture. So I think until next earnings season, we're kind of toast, which is starting to come up pretty soon anyways. But we need the earnings report to show that companies are doing okay, to prove that the GDP is actually growing. The GDP growth rate is slowing down to a stall. We're probably not going to get bullish economy or bullish market because it's not a bullish economy. Yeah. Anywho, am I in any puts? No. So one thing I don't ever do is speculate on a bear market by buying puts. The only time I buy puts is to hedge a shaky ground in a bull market, just in case the market falls under my feet for that month. If I think the market's selling off, the last thing I do is buy puts into it. I just go in there and short the market straight up. The only and I will buy calls speculatively at the base of a crash, like down in here when I get that evidence, and I'll buy some calls just to swing it high. But I never try to swing the market lower because I'm always mostly in a bull stance. When the market is bearish, I usually just start to kind of wind down and do little. I let the market do this, and I will still like short every pop I can for as long as I can. And you will get some swings back up. Monthly maps will help you see those things. And I'll walk you guys through it. Trust me, if we're entering a bear market, you're in luck. I've got a whole system for trading bear markets and knowing which days the pivot to turn around. I'm pretty good at finding that. So I'll walk you guys through that every day. So come here to the chat. I have a really cool system for that. But like say when there's a COVID like this, I don't go there and try to short that the market's going to die out, even though it can pay out really well. I tend to just avoid the market in here. And at the bottom, I try to buy calls. And when I buy my puts to hedge, it's because the market's hitting like a, like back here, I remember back in August, I was doing it. We had like 2 big sell-off days, 1 retrace day, and then here I went in and bought puts and still long the market underneath it. So I still made the money longing. Insurance was bought on the puts just in case, still walked away net profit. Had it sold off, then I had the puts to back me up in case I took a big hit on my account here. And the reason I don't just go in there and buy options all the time, so options can get to be very expensive if you're not really timing your bet the right place. If you always have puts on the table, I mean, you would have spent money for the last 6 months and made nothing if you're trying to hold puts for a market crash, right? So you can basically burn up a lot of premium. But now that I'm convinced it's coming down, I'm just going to continue to aggressively short this market. Like I see S&P below DD band. I keep wanting to be like, you know what? Let me fade it to where we go to cat active line. I keep wanting to like jump into this. I don't think we rally. I'm a little like, maybe I should just put something in. I don't normally short below DD, but I feel like this is probably the end of the day. Sorry, the end of this consolidating period, and that we're going to fall even faster in a close. Should I just do something small? I've been waiting all morning and hesitating doing this. Cat active and NASDAQ, that can cause a bigger sell-off. Is there volume going into that? More stocks are starting to sell. I never short at low DD though. Only short from highs, not consolidation. Right. This might be a day where we won't get a high to short from though. That's the one thing I'm worried about. I am waiting. Any like earlier today when we got that news pop, I again shorted that. So that's like what I'm waiting for. More news pops to short from. That's why I'm not engaged in it. Ow. Yeah. Thing is, it's getting primed for a ceasefire or straight news for a pump. Yeah, that's the one thing that can pump it. And if that happens, I'm going to short it from the top. Yeah. 100%. Cat active and NASDAQ. This can get pretty gross. It's fallen pretty far. Yeah, do I think we get a rally into the end of the day? Not really. If we get a news pop up to here, I will completely short it. 66.88, yeah. Shorting in the hole. Stick to the rules. Don't short below DD. Yeah, I have a rule that I don't short below here. I'm being greedy if I jump into it. I'm absolutely perfectly okay with the P&L that I have. 40K is not something to laugh at on an account of the size. It is also Friday. Are you guys gonna enjoy do anything fun for your weekend? Anything you guys got going on? Hold on. Okay, hold on. 1 second. I gotta do something really quick here. Okay. All right. You're regretting not shorting this market? Well, Catalyst is currently active in NASDAQ. When Catalyst is active, I tend to stay out of the market. But I just have this sense that we're consolidating below this lower band and that we can fall another 25 points on the S&P. My first trade this morning, last night, sorry, was shorting right out the door. Like I immediately, right when we gapped up, I shorted and I made money off of this, went to bed, saw this, woke up here, market was doing this. I shorted again right at the open, made the money. I jumped in short a couple times. I shorted this, that happened, I shorted it again, and then I didn't do anything else. And then that popped, and then I shorted it one more time. So I've just been basically scalping. I got that leg, I got that leg, I got that thing, and now I'm chilling. It's pretty simple. Being patient in environments like this is usually very important, you know, especially when anything can happen with the news. It just runs really quick. You gotta grab the other side of it. Am I hitting the gym regularly? I have been, yeah. So my new thing is to de-stress my life. It's to work out every day. So you might be seeing I'm like getting a look at that. Yeah, baby. I'm starting to lose a little bit of weight here. I'm starting to get thinning out. Plus, we're launching a fitness studio. I can't go in there being flabby. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta get back in shape for the summer. I'm doing that. Eating better. Completely drug-free. Like no, I don't take I barely drink tea in the mornings. No more coffee, no more energy drinks, nothing. Like just completely. And I'm ADHD and I take Adderall. I used to, and I haven't taken Adderall in over a year. So I basically am like just kind of as clean as I can live, as stress-free as I can live, and as fit and healthy as I can be. Eating better, sleeping better. I'm trying to commit to all this stuff for like a health change and a mental health change. Like I'm trying to like my body physically healthy, in shape, active. I became better shape for sure, but like my mental health, that's what I'm working on right now. I just want a clear mind, a clear head. I'm going to do all these big things I'm doing, but I want to hit there like without declining upstairs. You know what I mean? I've taken on way too much and I'm managing pretty well, but I want to make sure I get ahead of any possible, you know, mental issues like the fatigue and yeah, I'm raw dog in life, dude. You like fatigue. Some people can get anxiety, can get depression just from overwork and exhaustion and fatigue, right? So I want to make sure that I keep my wits about me and like stay strong in my push. I've taken on way too much this year, and I'm excited to work on it. The thing is, I love what I do so much that I don't ever realize I'm fatigued. And that happens a lot with you guys that are trading. You're addicted to it or you love it so much. You don't recognize that your mind is starting to shut down because you're so running on that dopamine high that comes with it. I love everything I do, man. It doesn't feel like work, but your doctor goes, your body's telling you it's work, bro. I'm like, that feel like work, man. I love it. I'm always running. I'm always going. The doctor's like, your body's telling you it's, once the high wears off of how great you feel, your body's like dead at the end of the day. So now with that, I'm like, okay, I need to start like, that's why I made all these changes for what I'm doing. But yeah, so people would think I'm the janitor if I walked in there right now. Have you seen those Instagram? I forgot the guy's name, the Instagram stories and reels. This is a guy who dresses up like the janitor at the gym, and he walks over there and he's like, oh, let me move these weights. And like, you can't pick that up, man. And he like puts his broom down and he goes there and starts like benching the weights. Yeah, Anatoly, that's the guy, right? Yeah. He's so funny. Yeah, I love it. He just goes and picks it up with one hand and starts like doing this, and That'll be one day. Do I work out at home? Yeah, we built a little mini gym upstairs. Do I find working out improves your trading? I feel like it clears your mind a little bit to get your blood flowing, get your circulation going. You know, it's like you have to always do good cardio to make sure that you're, purging out, waste and crap from your body. Eating better. Yeah. So this is a big year for me in the iDoc. And so we got so much going on that we're working nonstop around the clock. So good thing I didn't go against my rules and short on the DD. Yeah, I wouldn't. I honestly feel like I still want to keep trying to fade this, but if I get a higher high, I'd love to fade out of it. With the way that it looked today, this is just like leading into expiration, and then we could just end up here, so we'll see what happens. Can I try lift this? Oh yeah. They're like, yeah, bro, if you can, man, like whatever. Is anybody here playing Crimson Desert? Another important question. And do you like it? I'm not going to lie. Important stuff, guys. This is very important conversation topic. But I made a tweet yesterday and I was like, I'm officially bored with Arc Raiders. For like the first month I was playing it, I was like, this is the best game I've played in so long. This game is so cool and so different. And it was like my favorite game ever for like 3 weeks. And then once I went to Expedition, I couldn't find myself with any inspiration to even log in. It's so boring. After like the excitement wore off, the game is boring and the PvP sucks. And I'm like, I need a new game to play. So I heard the new Resident Evil is good. Everybody says that's the the game of the year. So we're going to be game of the year. So we'll see. I think and that's all. Crimson Desert, I finally got it. It launched yesterday at 6 Eastern. I logged in for a little bit to try to play at the graphics settings and just played like the first couple of battles and logged out. But I think that's going to be my new game. Check it out. It seems kind of cool. I was a big fan of Black Desert Online, so I like their combat style, the way Prolobus does it. It's very much like playing a fighting game. You get all kinds of combos and moves you got to learn how to do. So the arc loop gets old fast. It really does, right? Like the last times I played it, I went on damn Battlegrounds and I was like, that's just the only map that was like fun for me. And I was like, let me just play that map some more. I can't even log into Spaceport. That is like the crappiest map. They're so big. You can't really do much. You have to kind of like run forever. So I was like, yeah, I mean, the game's getting old. There's no stakes in PvP. Game is like horribly imbalanced. PvP is like slow and clunky. I was just getting old with it. Had to get out. Mind a Warhammer? I've never played Warhammer, but I would like Warhammer. That's like my style of thing. Am I a rat in Arc? No, I actually don't. I don't rat at all. As a matter of fact, I played most of the game PvE at the start. And then like the last maybe end of the month, I started playing only PvP. I was logging into Stella with the shotgun and just running in and like PvPing and doing nothing else. And that got bored. And then after I Expedition and logged in, then I just started walking into PvE lobbies and killing everything I saw just to be like going out with the blaze of glory. So I wasn't really ratting. I was just running in, just killing everybody I saw. And then I'm like, all right, I'm done with the game. Nothing else was fun. Crimson looks epic. It's kind of cool. It's very graphic intensive, but it's like the newest, highest level things. Like I can run it on cinematic on my laptop, which is nice. About 130 frames a second, full ray tracing, full everything. I have a 5090, so it's pretty well in 4K. And it's a pretty cool, at least it seems cool at the start. I heard that the reviews are kind of mixed because the story was like not that great. I don't know. I mean, how are people going to leave good reviews in the first couple days of playing? You know, you have to kind of like really dive into a game to figure it out. Plus, the Pearl Abyss style of games is a little bit different than normal. They're a Korean company, and if you liked games like Terra, if you guys played MMOs, Terra was good. Hey, what's up? You know, Black Desert was good, and then this is a lot like those two games where you're doing like a lot of mouse and buttons to do like combos and skills. It's not just like hack and slash. You can actually use the combat. Why are you wet, boy?
It's water. It's not pee. It's water.
Here, is it water? Is it water? Lick it. What's up, boy? Dude, somebody got a bath. You smell good. What's up, boy? You want to scratch on your head? There you go. What's up, big boy? What are you up to? But anyway, so my new thing is to check that game out and see what it's like. See if it's any good. If y'all play Black Desert Online, it was a really cool game. I was a sorceress, and that's all I made. I never rolled a second character. I was a huge fan of the combat styling in that game, but being a Korean MMO, it's all about RNG and loot boxes. So you basically are like pay to win RNG grind. You heard start slow, but it gets great like 8 hours in, so many mechanics. That's what they're known for, dude. It's like mechanically heavy games where it's almost like at an MMO, Black Desert was like, it's not like World of Warcraft where you're standing around, you know, on your keyboard, you're like 1 1 1 2 1 alt 1 2 3. This is like playing Street Fighter where it's just like you're comboing, you're chaining your skills together, and it's like literally like a fighting game. And I looked, the first thing I did was log in and look at all the keybinds, and I was like, okay, cool. It looks just like Black Desert where you have to learn how to chain your skills together, and it's going to make the combat really fun, I feel like. So I'll be excited. Somebody says, Matt, a super dual person. I like it personally. Thank you, man. Thank you. I don't get a lot of time. Oh, iDoc, what kind of matcha does she buy? That's a good question. I'll have to ask her. Maybe she's in chat. She'll type it. Well, it looks like today we're consolidating lower on the market. It's in my rules below this green line. We call them the risk interval bands, or DD for short. Just on the chart, I don't usually trade below it. Market tends to be a little irrational, choppy, hard to predict. Clearly today, hard to predict, right? You can chop down on this all day long if you're trying to trade it. I am a extreme bear in this market right now. I've shifted since a couple months ago to being extremely bearish. I've probably been shorting more in the last month or two than you've ever seen me short. Remember last year, there were people in chat trolling saying, oh, Matt just makes money because he's a perma bull. Well, obviously, right? Like, I'm a bull when the market's a bull. I'm a bear when the market's a bear. I tend to line up pretty quickly with the market that it is. Now I'm perma bear. I'm pretty shorting more than I'm longing. I would say these days, normally it's never like this. Normally it's like I'll short and long about half and half. In a bull market, I'm longing like 90% of the time, even in down days. In a bear market, it's usually 50-50. I'm pretty much like 70-30, man. Almost most of my trades are short now. And it's been rare that I've had that mentality. The long structure is just not that good anymore. It's a characteristic of this transitional market. Normally, the long structure kicks back into place even in a sell-off market. We're just not selling off, right? We're kind of just trying to sell off but hesitating. So it's a weird, I don't know, just weird. This range is so trash. Mr. Bean has more range than this. Burn. Don't anger the bean. All right, somebody's saying something. Something's happening. There's some volume there. Not really sure. Let me see what was happening. Let's take a look at this one. Drones target U.S. diplomatic facility near Baghdad airport. Dang. Well, there you go. More Iran stuff. Yeah. And again, my belief of I should just short from them here. I sat out on it, but it just feels like the market's going down, and any excuse it can to go down, it's going to go down. Volatility is back, boys. You're willing to negotiate the straight while under attack. Yeah, this is going to be a little. This is going to be a weird environment for a while. I feel like my lampshade is crooked. This is bothering me. Hold on. Hold on. Driving me crazy. Oh, I see what's happening. That's as good as I can get it. Because it's too close to the wall. All right. So looks like they're trying to do some theta bleed in the expiration. It leads me to believe that we might not sell off today and we'll just sell off Monday. Did I take profit out of the $100 million account, Davey? Yes, I did. I took out. I was close to 600,000, and I took out everything to leave 200,000 in the account. I posted about it in my Discord. It just became, after Fed announcement came out and after Fed released the projections, it just confirmed my suspicion that we're in for a bumpy ride for the next quarter or two. And the last thing I want to do is be fighting this market at full stress, in full capacity like I have been. It's time to lock some of it in and partition the money to the side. So account partitioning is a technique that I've always employed ever since I started trading, and I still do it. The way that it works is that only keep in your account what you're willing to trade and lose in a couple trades, and don't put everything in there. Take most of your money, leave it out, and that way you can't go tilt and lose it all, or some random event makes you lose it all and lose months of work in a single moment. The whatever it is, 400,000 or something, like a little bit under 100,000 I took out off to the side, I can put it back in if I need it. And in general, my real trading, besides a challenge, I've always done that. Just leave in the account what you're willing to lose at whatever pace you're willing to lose, and maybe a handful of trades or a week of trading or whatever, but never the bulk of your money. And that technique is really good at protecting your capital from one-off stupidity. And this market has proven since December it's full of one-off stupidity. Structure is not following, bull structure is not hanging in there, the probabilities that we usually will see. In a good, strong bull market, some of my pivots work 90% of the time. Without the influence, they're like 70%. This market really feels like 60-40. It's like it's breaking so much. I'm getting chopped up so much. It's just been a weird market that's lacking direction. And we haven't seen something like this in 10 years. So it's one of those things that I just kind of have to lock it in and kind of deleverage a little bit, and then trim it back down and play with less risk and grow again from here. So the new target, I guess, is like 700,000 from here, and I hit the million. I think that's what it is. Market setting up a nice short squeeze rally next week before heading lower, next leg down. Very violent, but first, a nice rally coming soon. That would be ideal, right? It just sets everyone up to short this. I feel like the lack of rally that we've had so far means this consolidation low will just have the floor drop out of it. I fear that I need to just get in on it or I'm going to miss it out. I would love to get a squeeze rally into the beginning of the new month on Monday, and that would be ideal, dude. Do I trade live on here daily? What's up, Brig? Yeah, every single day, man. I trade live on here daily from 11:30 or 12:30 Eastern until 1:30 Eastern. So I'm here for like 20 more minutes at the lunch sesh. I also have my own channel. At the end of this, we'll be over there. I stream on my own channel, and my own channel has 3 shows a day. So I live trade on my stream in the mornings, and you can follow all the trades that I'm doing. Right now I'm doing a $100K to $1 million challenge in a real live account with real money. So that's what I'm working on now. Do I need 2 different CQG data subs to trade live on AMP for Rocket Scooter, one for the live platform? No, just one. Just one CSI. Hey, but another, you just need one. It works for everything. One other cool thing that we're doing is our tools are being put into Go Charting and NinjaTrader and Wealth Charts and a few others after that. That's kind of the path we're taking. So you'll be able to buy data at other places instead of having to get it from us. And it'd be easier ability to get your stuff in. Do I not trade at lunch typically? Typically, I only trade when there is a setup. And lunch often doesn't have setups because lunch sometimes is the slow part of the day. But very often you will see lunchtime has setups in this environment. I don't really choose when I trade. I let the market give me the opportunity, and the market usually chooses. If I were to choose the best time of the day to trade, usually the most opportunities do appear in the first hour of the US market. Do I think the DD band on NASDAQ is a better short or long play? Today, a short play. It just seems right now the goal of this market is to basically burn theta on puts until close. It might not sell off today because this market has not broken these levels for a month. It's probably just squeezing that out until it falls. Yeah. My strat, what's my ideal setup? So I have invented an entire trading platform to support my strat. We do something pretty different that nobody else does. So the algorithm prints on my chart supports or resistances. Most of what I do is based on using options for clues where volume will be. So everything that I do is predicting where volume pivots will be, predicting volume. Nobody does anything like that. We're kind of unique in the space. But what it does is it sets up my trading efficiency where I can long from the right place every time. I'm trading off of pivots. Like today's pivot, I shorted from there. Now, I'll tell you what some of these things are. A lot of this is based on options data. Some of this is based on a mechanic of the gapping procedure. And then this is based on margin requirements, the CME group. So a lot of stuff I've done is just exploiting what's known about how the market works to find where volume will be. So this is basically predicting a volume profile before it happens. From there, I use confluence with the stocks to decide tiebreakers at these levels. An example is that each one of these pivots can be support or resistance. Do you see right here? This is resistance, and this says resistance. There's a confluence indicator that tells me support or resistance based on the stocks. So I know when I get to this level, there's going to be high volume. And when I get there, I know that I can either bet long or short against that volume. And I use what the stocks are doing to tilt the scale. If the stocks are bearish, I'm going to go bearish. This orange line right here says resistance. If we were to pop to there, I would short against it to next resistance. So I'm basically lining up trades in between these high volume pivots and using the stocks and some arbitrage indicators to break the tie at the level. So each one of these colored lines has a colored indicator that goes with it that helps me understand support or resistance. As you see today, each one of these says resistance. There's not a single support on the board. That's why I've been shorting every pop. The algo has flagged full resistance on everything. So basically, in a nutshell, I have a unique method. We can find high volume pivots. I use market maker options to do that. So I know where volume pivots are, and I use stock influences to dictate how strong I am believing in that rejection or support. And that's it. Pretty simple. We have probably like 10,000 currently active users and members of our Discord. It's a pretty big platform. A lot of people in this stream use it. So what it does differently is that it's not using technical analysis. It's not using charting analysis. It's not using patterns and shapes or anything. No moving averages, no overlay indicators, no time frames, no ICT, no candles, nothing. It uses strictly volume pivots, and confluence. How do you see the volume on the options? It's all through us. Yeah, so basically what we do is we can find where market maker options are. It's kind of this model that we've built. And we basically have a bunch of server computers reading the options order flow all day long, and then categorizing every single options trade that takes place into, is it a market maker option or not? We have a way to determine that. Nobody sells this data or hands out this data. We had to build this data feed ourselves. It doesn't exist. Nobody has here's the market maker data feed. We built it. And so we take the market maker options that we know will be hedged to neutral, and we make the assumption that that option will be hedged to full neutrality at all points in time. So we can, if we line up where all the market maker risk is, then we can build a map as to where all that volume due to hedging will be. That's what we created, something called liquidity map. So liquidity map helps me determine which way the market's likely to flow, all things being equal. Without news, it just adheres to structure. A good case is that here on the S&P. S&P off to the side has a little map and it shows me what to expect. This black line is open. So what this says is if I open below this orange line, is a very high probability if I bounce against the orange line, it's going to sell off. And it just so happens we open below the orange line and hit the orange line and then it sold off. Just like it shows. The structure was very strong hedging to the downside from there. So that's basically how this works. So every single stock or futures contract or anything has a liquidity map to go with it. Both S&P and NASDAQ have that same structure where it hits the orange line and then it rejects. Can I show you and give a breakdown on how that looks? How what looks? Is this what you're asking for? What I think from here, we're going to continue to sell off. I don't want to be in a trade though. I want to wait in case it pops to short it back down. The options market data that you built, what about it? So we look in the options market. How we determine where dealer options are is kind of our own proprietary model, but I'll explain to you what we do look for. You can find an option has a high probability of being hedging by what's going on in the market around it. If you look at an options trade that appears, the greatest example I tell people is if you see an order for 10,000 Apple shares right out the door, and then in a very quick amount of time, you see 100 Apple contracts appear in the market. They're kind of, you can assume that they're locked together because somebody bought 10,000 shares of Apple and there wasn't a seller and dealers shorted them, bought calls. Then you can chain the two together and assume that that's a hedged option. The hedged option means the person that sold that option to that dealer is going to be delta hedging their short risk by applying volume to the market by buying the underlying. So it makes a triangle, right? You bought the shares, dealer sold the shares, dealer bought the calls from a market maker who sold the calls. The person that sold the calls, we're looking at them. We make those assumptions by looking at all the markets simultaneously and making that determination. We have a whole army of computers running the back end to build this data feed. Nobody in Wall Street has built anything like this, and certainly not for retail. Yeah. So we build a landscape of where dealers are and where traders are who are trading against the dealers. That's what all these bear zone, bull zone, and hedge pressures are all about. And systematically, when you look at the back test, this rejection trade under these conditions actually happens 90% of the time. It's 90% accurate. So 90% of days will close below this orange line. That's the probability. That's the back test result. So some of these pivots are so strong, they happen 90% of the time in a back test. Now, today, the conditions were ideal for the shorting. If the conditions weren't ideal, it's still about a 75% chance that we stay on the same side of the orange line. So it's the perfect resistance pivot. And so I built like my trading style off of trading those probabilities, and I used the confluence to strengthen it. If the confluence is there, I bet it hard. It was 90%. Why wouldn't I? If the confluence isn't there, I bet it medium, 75%. And so I scaled how big I trade based on the probability. What's my Discord? Here, hold on. You can get access to it. You can go here, and if you sign up for our boot camp, you get access to the Discord. It's only $20 a month for the boot camp. Or you can go straight to the Discord, but it's not going to be open and unlocked. Yeah, we're one of like the biggest futures trading Discords there is. We got a pretty big, like I said, almost about 10,000 people in there, so it's pretty big. Here's my YouTube channel. You guys can come over here after the show, by the way. This is my YouTube show. When is the live boot camp? I'm going to start it in April. I want to do it end of March, but I'm going to push it till April because we're launching our prop listing ranking site. So that's coming out this week. By the way, Monday is the beta test for that. So we're starting that off Monday. Pretty exciting. Oh, thank you, Abby, for posting that. Yeah, so that link has everybody's socials on it. I stream from 8:30 Eastern, so an hour pre-market until 12:30, and then I come here and hang out on MyFundedTV. I've been doing MyFundedTV pretty much since the show launched. Like, I think they were active for like maybe about a month, and so I started right at the beginning here, and I've loved coming here in lunchtime and hanging out with y'all and helping guide you guys and teach all the markets. So hopefully I'm here for the long haul. I love coming doing this lunch show. It's really fun. I get to meet all kind of new people and bring some alpha to y'all. So I live stream in the morning. In the afternoon, I have another streamer that works for our channel. He's just as awesome. His name is Neon. He streams in the afternoon on my channel, but I'm in chat usually hanging out, talking, same thing. And then the evenings, we have an Asia session show that we do. Well, I got 8 minutes left, and this market is dancing around the same place since I got here. Probably nothing that I'm going to do today. I'm going to an escape room in a little bit. Hydock and I are going to do some escape room thing. So I'm probably not going to make any trades this afternoon and probably miss out on whatever crazy expiration madness we do have. Any last tips? I would say that most people underplay, especially day traders, how important fundamentals actually are to understand. I'll tell you, my biggest advantage I have over any other trader is my understanding of what moves the market and being able to understand it so well that I can use data to try to forecast what the market's going to do before it happens. Most people are just like, if I hear somebody that says, bro, I just trade on the charts, I don't watch news, turn that crap off. Anybody that says that is a doofus. You're just gambling at that point. Case in point, before the Fed came out on Monday, I had a whole speech I gave on this channel that the FOMC was going to come out with projections that were going to show worse economic conditions than they did in December. That they over-exaggerated in December and they were overly optimistic. And then I said that Powell's going to have to spend most of the press conference defending why the numbers are different. And he did. He came up with excuses. Oh, well, there's like 19 of us and we all have different ways of modeling this. Or he also said, well, it's hard to guess how long it takes tariffs to bake into prices. Could be 3 months, 13 months. It's kind of hard to gauge. So we predicted exactly what Powell was going to say in the press conference. You can get such a strong grasp on fundamentals, you can make those assessments. But what really shines is that when you're a pure speculator on the stock market, if you can use the data to make a guess about something that will happen before it happens, you can align your mindset with the market full time, better than anyone else. So with that being said, leading into Fed, I was bearish. Leading into every other day since then, I was bearish. And all the Fed did was confirm my suspicions. And now I'm like, okay, I'm very bearish. Now people are like, maybe I should buy this dip, maybe I should buy that. Now I'm in the boat of, now this is the start of the sell-off, right? So if you understand fundamentals, they don't necessarily create day trading opportunities, but they create the bigger swings in Wall Street. Wall Street was hoping for some good news to come out. Fed was going to cut rates a couple times. They came through and said, we're still going to cut once this year, maybe, but we're less aggressive about it than before. And we're acknowledging that inflation is really bad right now, and it's probably temporary, but it's still bad now. So Wall Street is going to play for right now. Jay Powell came out and said, sell all your stock, boys. This is going to be a bad quarter. And that's what I heard. But it's not just that I heard him say that. It's that on Monday, I predicted that that's what he's going to say, and it looks like I got that one right. I don't always get it right, but your goal as a trader is try to guess before something happens and then make the bet on it. And then when it happens, it confirms your suspicion, right? So any last tips is to try to understand what motivates people to say the things they do, rather than let them say something and then you act. You're the last person in line. All the most powerful Wall Street firms, quants, hedge funds, paid people to sit there all day and guess like I did. Put together the data, piece together the puzzle, come up with a solution. What do you think is going to happen? And as a trader, my last tip to you is if you're not doing that, the person that beat you in the trade that you were in, when you lost and they won, they certainly did that. Does the Fed have the biggest concentration of PhDs in economics? I'm absolutely certain they do. And And the thing is that, the Fed just operates on surface level data as best they can. And they have really sophisticated models, but you never know you can't ever have certainty. If you look at those projection reports, they have variance in their estimates. There's a variance report at the bottom of it that talks about how wrong they are. No data set would be complete without a full analysis of how accurate those predictions typically are and how that accuracy changes over time. You have an uncertainty confidence interval that they have based on the forecast errors. They even give you this is how off we are sometimes. Median projection and confidence interval based on historical forecast errors. So the actual that we've had is here, the projection is there, and they said with our historical errors, we tend to get it right or wrong by a wide margin of GDP. Look at this. They sometimes been wrong by 2 whole points in either direction. So they can say that the best they can project has a very wide, confidence interval. I mean, the unemployment rate, they somehow got it wrong by 2% up or down, at least spanning out 2 years. So in the immediate term, they tend to get it wrong by about a point or so, either direction. So you can see that even the Fed, when they give that data out, is, it's not necessarily rigid. Now, here's a little table that says average historical projection error ranges. So whatever they say the change in real GDP is for 2026, historically, plus or minus 1.5%. So they can get it wrong too. Even with PhDs in economics, you're kind of guessing. You're guessing the weather at this point. Yeah, you can identify that a hurricane's coming, but can you predict that it's going to rain every day? Not really. Right. It's kind of hard to do that. And with all the dynamic shifting and information that is published, information that's not, it's really hard to be superly accurate on everything, right? Where's the boot camp and how much is it? Boot camp is $1 a class. I don't really sell a big trading class. I made it $1 and pays for the employees who help with it. So I don't really charge much for it. It's $20 for 20 days, and you can do it on our website. There's a link to it. You can watch the videos now or wait for the lives. The lives is a straight trading teaching sesh for 20 straight days with me. It's really a boot camp. If you want to get started now, you can go to our website, check it out, and watch the videos now. It is a full day trading boot camp, start to finish. It goes here. Here's the link for it. Let me just load it for you. I only made it $1 a class. And that also has access to our Discord too. So yeah, you guys are welcome to check it out. Most everybody that comes into the stream with me, there's the link for it, by the way, I posted it. Most everybody that comes into the stream from my channel has been through the boot camp at least once. Some people have been through it 12 times. So it's probably my favorite thing that I do. That being said, time to go. There's currently a 38% off rapid plan sale going on right now for new and existing customers. So make sure you check that out. It lasts for a while. Those rapid plans are awesome. You can pass those accounts in 2 days. If you haven't done it yet, make sure you pick them up. Other than that, I got to run. It's time to go. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe today. The last thing I'm ever going to do in this day is make a trade in the long. So I'm chilling on the sidelines. My brain wants to short every pop that's happening. So I'm gonna hang out. IDOC and I have some fun stuff we're gonna do this afternoon, and I'm basically done for the day. But you guys can come check us out on our YouTube channel. Maybe they'll post a link in a second. My streamer will be live in about 1 minute, so we'll be hanging out there, and I'll pop in and chat if anything changes and say hey or whatever. Other than that, we'll see you guys later. If you join our Discord, be sure to note that on Monday we're doing a beta test of our prop scoring website. Ranks every prop based on math and the offerings they have. If you guys were not at all already convinced, MyFundedFutures in every category is in the top 3. In many of the categories, it's the top 1. Literally, mathematically ranking is one of the best firms there is, period. Of the 50 plus that are out there. So that's no surprise to me. But it just so happens to be that the numbers are out. And of course, MyFunded is one of the top dogs, which is good to see. But anyways, that beta comes out on Monday. You guys can play with that when we launch it. So other than that, I'll see you guys later. And y'all have a great afternoon, and we'll see y'all on Monday. Have a good one.